Good morning and welcome to World Week Africa, Day 3. And just to give a little recap for yesterday. Yesterday was everything jewelry. There was such excitement, lots of feedback. It was a very long day, but we're still having lots of requests. So I'll touch on that. But let me tell you first of all what today is about. Today, welcome to Gold Projects, updates and opportunities. And later in the day, we're going to have the next series, Gold and Silver as Investment and Money. So let me finish off of yesterday's recap. Lots of interest about how to get in touch with the jewelers, where to buy. People were asking about Tekena Goldtrex. They are here at Lagos Love Gold. You could buy their jewelry through Saturday morning. Otherwise, for customized pieces, remodeling, repairs, and you can meet them at City Mall, the first floor of City Mall here on Lagos Island. Lots of questions for Labi and Labi, that's of Akapo Jewelry, how to join his training program to be a master goldsmith. We'll have that information coming later. We're going to see if you could put it online or what we do. Lots of requests about how to reach the other jewelers, maybe buy the jewelry. Just so you know, you don't have to ask again. We've heard you. We're going to see what we can do to get that information out. So, this morning, I would like to introduce Tim Tokun. He is he's the one who's going to be anchoring this session later on. He's going to be presenting, and then later he'll be moderating. Tim Tokun is going to be presenting on the Sierra Leone project, the Baomahun Gold Project. I've known Tim for a while, so excuse me if I'm a little bit too familiar. Tim Tokun has, over the past 17 years, participated in the global pipeline of development and production projects across 14 countries, on 3 continents, and in capacities spanning field roles to executive management. This journey has been with publicly listed, privately held, and vertically integrated companies, as well as local and national governments. In 2015, Tim shifted his attention to Nigeria, where he has designed and led technical programs that de-risked assets and provided advice to a myriad of HNIs and investment boutiques. He is the creator of the National Resource Compliant Exploration and Monetization Program, an initiative that is actively helping to make Nigeria a leading mining jurisdiction for investment. Over to you, Tim.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Can everybody hear me well?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear. Tim, you hear me? We hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
There's a sound problem.
Tim, do you hear me? Because we loud and clear.
I can hear you. You can hear me too?
Claire, you're good.
So I'm here to describe the Baomahun Gold Project in Australia. I can't see the slides come up. Can you share my screen, please? Thank you. Thank you. Slide 2. Thank you. I'm going to start with the property description and location of the project. Thank you. The Baomahun project is at an advanced stage located in Sierra Leone, West Africa. Project comprises of the Baomahun mining license, ML0208, which covers an area of around 60 square kilometers. Project is located near the village of Baomahun, circa 200 kilometers east of the capital of Freetown, in the southern region of Sierra Leone. The nearest large town is a provincial capital called Bo, approximately 60 kilometers to the south of the project. Bahamu itself is 250 kilometers from Freetown along a two-lane paved road. On the right of the screen, you can see the license area, and you can see some zones in yellow, which are essentially the mineralized zones within the property. Next slide, please. Slide 3. Exploration history of the project. In 1929, the Geological Survey of Sierra Leone reported occurrence of lode gold in association with silicified ironstone and schistone quartzites in the hills of Burma. In 1980, Erocan Ventures embarked on a program of geochemical and geophysical exploration, which they augmented with the diamond drill program. Trenching commenced in 2005, which was used to further investigate anomalous areas identified by the soil geochem program and to outline the surface expression of mineralization found in the drill holes. About 100 trenches with a combined length of 8,000 meters was completed by August 2008, just over half of which were mini trenches. In 2012, Amara Mining took hold of the property. They drilled 536 drill holes, but only 494 of these holes, totaling 102,000 meters, were used for the mineral resource estimates. The others were used for metallurgical test work and geotechnical purposes. Next slide, please. Description of the geology. Project is located at the southern end of the largest of these belts, the broadly north-south trending Kangaroo Hills, Sula Mountains belt in central Sierra Leone. The gold at Bamahu is in association with a series of steeply dipping zones of sulfide mineralization in the form of pods and lenses, which trend approximately northwest along the slopes of the southern limits of the Kangaroo. To my right, you can see exactly the trends, and you can see the three belts in discussion. Next slide, please. The feasibility study for Bamahu. Resource base is extensive, 3.6 million ounces measured, indicated and inferred. It's been defined not just on strike, but even at depth. And it is open at depth, which means there's potential to continue to increase the resource size. There's an open pit already measured at 15.6 million tons, grading at 1.78 grams per ton, to yield a reserve of 894,000 ounces of gold in the measured, indicated, and inferred categories. There's an underground potential as well, with a tonnage of 5.15 million tons, grading at 2.93 grams per ton, to yield a reserve of 485,000 ounces of gold in the measured, indicated, and inferred categories. Mining studies indicate a combined open pit and underground potential for operations to total 15.47 million tons at 2.34 grams per ton, netting a reserve of 1.09 million ounces of gold. The cash operating costs has been slated at about $640 an ounce, average production of 83,000 ounces per annum for a 13-year life of mine. Like I mentioned earlier, the deposit is open at depth, so this is easily increased. Project is in DFS. There's an opportunity to toll treat circa 400,000 ounces at 4.5 grams per ton from a project not too far away, about 60 kilometers, called Nimini Hills. And this adds, it just increases the life of mine, if you like, brings in extra revenues. Please. Next slide.
Tim, can you hear us? Okay. All right. Well, just give us a few minutes to see if we could get Tim back online. We're just having a little network issues here. So if you're tuning in, we were listening to Tim Tokun speaking about the Baomahun Gold Project in Sierra Leone. So we hope to get him back online. Just give us a few minutes and enjoy our videos. I think we have Tim back.
Slide 6. Baomahun project upside. Extensive relogging of core and reinterpretation have been completed. Increased confidence in understanding of the geology. Remodel the complex geology. $3.6 million ounces of resource. Okay, this slide is getting great. Okay. 3.6 million ounces of resource defined and remains open at depth, like I said. Main resource area of 3.2 million ounces and Pujehun South at 0.4 million ounces. Interpretation has converted uneconomic resources from previous owners to an economic open pit with very low stripping ratio and underground resource. Next slide, please. Mineral resource and reserve estimates. You see two separate tables here because they're done by two separate consulting firms. One was done by Sequent, another was done by SRK. The three mineralized zones are the western, the folded, and the eastern. You can see in the western segment, tonnage is about 26.4 million tons. Grade is about 1.92 grams per ton to give a metal content of 1.63 million, well, 1.64 million ounces of gold. In the folded segment, tonnage is 3 million odd tons. Grade now 1.95 grams per ton with a metal content of 193,700 ounces of gold. In the eastern portion, you have 17.6 million tons, grade now 2.36 grams per ton, with a metal content of 1.335 million ounces of gold. The total estimate from this particular consulting house came to 47.18 million tons, grading at 2 grams per ton, with a metal content of 3,167,000 ounces of gold in the resource. The alternative consultants came up with an estimate. The grading was the same. The metal content was a bit less at 2.965 million ounces of gold. So when you look at the comparative, the two are not awfully far apart, which means you can report this with a heightened degree of confidence. Next slide, please. The mine site area and the proposed mine setup and its infrastructure. It's a Google Earth image, of course. You can see the entire lease area in this shape, circa 60 square kilometers. Mining area, the run of mine pad, the processing plant, tailings facilities, and it's pretty much all in proximity. It's not a long haul from pit to plant, which again makes for a lower production cost. Next slide, please. The plant mining methods. It's an open pit, albeit sitting up atop a hill, 300 meters above ground level. However, it's still going to be load and shovel, conventional hydraulic face shovels and haul trucks. Stripping ratio is not bad at all, 8.25 to 1, which means you strip 8.25 of waste to get to 1 meter of pay dirt. Mining would happen over an 8-year period. However, processing will continue for another 3.5 years. So the pits are closed at the end of year 8, but the stockpiles are there for onward processing at a rate of 2 million tons per annum. You can see the pit limits at the end of the 3rd year. You can see the disintegration, pit limits at the end of 5th year, and near closure, ultimate pit limits, end of year 7. Metallurgy, stroke processing, the flow sheet. Recovery methods, pretty straightforward, single stage SAG mill selected for the design of the combination circuit using combination test work results. The ore has been easy to deal with. Metallurgy is pretty nice. There's no troublesome material known so far. A carbon-in-leach plant will be used for this. It's the optimum route, and it goes way before the grinders just to get rid of any preg-rubbing ore. The gravity circuits would be recommended ahead of CIL to improve recoveries. There's a lot of oxidized material here, so gravity circuit is always best to employ, because the gold for that segment, which is always the cheaper segment, can be recovered very nicely, high returns with gravity. The presence of sulfides in the ore ensure that there was a use of the shear reactors for the injection of the oxygen. This will help in the oxidation of active sulfides prior to going to the carbon-in-leach. And that improves your leach kinetics and overall dissolution of gold. Cyanide detox facility would be included for 2 reasons: to comply with the cyanide requirements to be discharged at the tailings dam. Discharge of these materials has gone through a lot of compliance in recent years, where you cannot just discharge anything because it's already it's got material in it that can be fairly dangerous if not well handled. So it's other reasons to lower the cyanide levels in the return processed water, so that no break rubbing again occurs ahead of the leaching process. Next slide, please. Thank you. Another image to show the maintenance route option to the tailings storage facility. Next slide, please. Financial summary of the project. Post-tax NPV and the internal rate of return. Project is expected to generate a post-tax internal rate of return of 22% and a post-tax net present value of $127 million at a discount of 8%, using a gold price of $1,350, which is not the case now. Feasibility was done when gold was $1,350. Gold is currently $1,800. So these numbers have improved dramatically, almost by a factor of 40%. Total revenue of $1.53 billion, post-tax cash flow of $273 million, again, based on that DFS price of $1,350 an ounce. Total cash costs, life of mine average total cash cost of $799 per ounce, which includes royalties paid to government and refining costs. The project would employ an owner mining play, not a contract mining play. Year one total cash cost of $580 an ounce. Extremely low, considering gold is trading at a multiple of 3.5 even. Mineral reserve, maiden mineral reserve defined for Bama currently is 1.2 million ounces of gold from 23.3 million tons at 1.62 gram per ton, using a very modest gold price of $1,100 per ounce. Life of mine, the FS is based on the FS is based on an open pit operation with a mine life of 11.5 years. Like I said earlier, processing capacity of 2 million tons per annum through conventional carbon-in-leach. Production, gold recovery of 93.4% from all ore that goes into the plant. It's a very high return over the entire life of mine. Average production expected here is 148,000 ounces of gold, 148.5 ounces of gold per annum over the first 6 years at a head grade of 2.53 grams per ton. Production of 203,000 ounces at 3.9 gram per ton in the first year, which generates very, very robust cash flow. Initial capital, excluding the power plant and mine equipment, upfront capital costs has been slated at $151 million. Just for the record, there's been a slight revision to these numbers, and it came back that the this financial plan was a bit too aggressive, and that's been revised now to just over $110 million. Payback, which makes for obviously a more attractive project. Payback is rapid, slated for 3 years. Again, based on $1,350 per ounce. So I could hang my hat on this and say, payback here may well come in just over the 2-year mark. Next slide, please. We have here the sensitivity analysis, and you can see we have the internal rate of return chart on your left and the net present value chart on your right. And when ranked, the analysis indicates that the project is pretty sensitive to gold price in the first instance, followed by the operating cost and capex. So with this high gold price that we expect to last another 2 years, if I'm analyzing that correctly, it makes for pretty good reading. And even when gold does pull back, there's a technical correction in pricing or there's a retreat due to some worldly event, we don't expect anything above a 25% retreat. These charts provide weight to the notion that the economics reported on this project is rather robust. And even when you have contingencies, unexpected, unplanned, the impact of that on the bottom line would not be damaging at all. Next slide, please. The consultants engaged, well, a lot of consultants have been engaged here, but the primary consultants have been Senate. They worked on the process, the metallurgy, which is your most sensitive part of any mining project. They also worked on the infrastructure side of things and put together their competent persons reports. SRK worked on the resources and reserves, and I don't think they need an introduction. They've done this at the height of the game for the last 30 years or something. Amara, who was a mining company in charge of the project at the time, obviously had their own internal mineral reserve estimates, came up with their own mining methods, and worked on economic assessments for the project. AMEC carried out the environmental work, earthworks, and all the geotechnical investigative work, tailings management, water storage dams. The Baha project is a very, very robust project. It's easily the largest of its kind in West Africa today that's not in production yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. That was a great presentation. You have a few questions. I think one or two you answered, so I'll skip, but I'll just throw them out for you. There are a lot more from investors, potential investors. Someone had asked this earlier, is this project still open for investment? I think by the time you got to the financials, you kind of answered that, but I'm throwing it at you. Was there a previous history of mining around this project? And then the last one had to do with the tax holiday status for Sierra Leone for investors. Sorry, not last, there's one more. And this is connected still to policy, really, about Sierra Leone's export policy for gold. Well, I gather these two questions are connected. It looks like we have somebody who's wanting to invest, but looks like they would want to probably export the gold. And I think they're trying to understand the export policy for gold, also figure out tax holiday. Well, so Tim, over to you. And I gather the way this is going, you probably after this should share how people could go get more information on this project or to contact you based on these leads. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Ray. Yes, the project is currently available. It's the license expired under the last ownership on the 9th of January, and that has not been renewed because of obligations not being met by the previous owners over the 4-year period they held the license between 2017 and January the 9th. So yes, Sierra Leone government is interested in engaging. In terms of the tax holidays, yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you asked a question about has there been any mining around the area? Yes, that's correct. There's the project I pointed to earlier, called Limene Hills, which was several years ago held by a company called Podo Resources. It's just about 60 kilometers from this particular project. Has seen quite a lot of small scale mining operations. The small scale mining operations actually, got run a bit askew some years ago when a whole bunch of artisanal miners descended on the area. They came in from everywhere, from Guinea and Liberia and Senegal, and jumped on pits that had been carved open by a bigger company, and the amount of gold probably pulled out from that asset, also that prospect in that period of time, which was not a long period. We're talking about a couple of months. Amount of gold pulled out from there would have been probably a couple thousand ounces at surface. So the potential is immense, without a shadow of a doubt. The policy as regards gold exports, that's pretty straightforward. There's a government gold and diamond office in Sierra Leone that promotes export of materials. I personally have been involved in that several times in my career, exporting even more sensitive things than gold. So that's open. They understand that as long as your royalties are paid to government, they are more than happy to what's be done. It's similar to most of the other jurisdictions of mining around West Africa. You have a 5-year period where you not have where you don't have to pay those taxes on.
Okay, well, it looks like we're having some technical difficulties with Tim. Is he back on? Not yet? Okay, no problem. I think we'll get Tim back. Remember, Tim is leading a discussion in another 2 hours. So we'll get more from Tim. But I assure you, there's a lot of interest really in this project from potential investors. So we'll get that information out. So next up, we're skipping Rian. Rian he's had travel disruptions. Rian was going to speak about the Lapai and Ocean Gold projects. So what we're hoping is that either Rian could come on later, whenever he gets settled, or he sends in his presentation. But we're going to find a way for Rian to get back in here because everybody wants to hear about what's going on in Osun State for gold in Nigeria. In the meantime, we're moving on to Senegal. Senegal projects, women in small-scale mining and local development. This project presentation is going to be presented by Madame Aïda Diop. She's the president of Women in Mining Senegal. This presentation is going to be in French. So we are asking everyone, if you're on YouTube, there's a feature there. You could look for translation to listen in English. Sorry, not YouTube, Zoom. So if you're on YouTube and you really want this in English, you could switch over. But otherwise, I do think you could follow. It's mostly a lot of graphics. It's very technical. So let me now introduce Madame Aïda. She's a geologist by training. Aïda Diop was the only woman in her class. She holds a Master in Quality, Safety, Environment from the Higher Polytechnic School of Dakar. It also took training in mining and energy economics at the National University from Australia, to the Natural Resources Governance Institute, and Petroleum Governance of Gas and Mining at the University of Oxford in England. She's an alumni of the Leaders Program in Extractive and African Development of Cape Town. I'm reading it between English and French translation. So its determination, yes, so due to its determination and commitment to promoting female leadership in the extractive sector, have earned international recognition with the Australia Award in 2017, and as that laureate of the Hackathon Innovation in 2018, which had for the theme artificial intelligence, robotics, and digital innovation. So she's a founding member also and current president of Women in Mining Senegal. She contributed to the assessment of the 10 years of African mining vision, advocacy note on governance, and for the participation of women and girls in the ECOWAS, the implementation of WIMOWA and NAWIMA, and most recently the development of the Gender and Geo-Extractive Industries Charter of ECOWAS. Today, she runs an organization of more than 200 women, whose board of directors is made up of 77% of youth, a mentoring program with nearly 500 young women as beneficiaries, more than 100 community women's groups, and promotes the achievement of SDGs 3, 4, 5, and 8. In November 2020, she was selected among the top 100 of the most inspiring women of mining sector worldwide by Women in Mining UK. You've seen her credentials. We're really not exaggerating. Madam Aida is someone we really admire. I'll be partial. I'm a woman. There's not many women in mining. You heard her. She was the only woman in her class. So we really welcome Madam Aida here as she represents women in mining. And we say congratulations and thank you for all the work you're doing in Senegal, in ECOWAS, and just being an inspiration for women in mining. Thank you, Aida. Over to you.
And hi. Just start in English, but I continue in French. I'm very happy to be part of this webinar, and we thanks to Gold West Africa for taking this great initiative. We are appreciated. Donc, comme je vous l'ai dit, en fait, tantôt, je vais...
Today,
je vais continuer de communiquer en français et avec...
I'll try to communicate in French.
Allô, vous m'entendez?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Apologies, that's the translator. We hear you loud and clear.
Vous m'entendez?
Do you hear me?
Vous m'entendez?
We hear you. Maybe we should just continue. Let Madame Aida just continue in French. Translator, I think just hold off. Let's not have the interruption. Madame Aida, just go on. Thank you.
Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Can you hear me?
Vous m'entendez?
Yes, we hear you. Translator, please don't worry. Just pause. Just let her continue. I think it's best to not have the translation over to interrupt her flow. Thank you.
En français. Et aujourd'hui,
Okay, I'm going to speak in French. And today,
nous avons choisi d'orienter la communication pour
we are going to be communicating in English
et le développement
with the women in mining and development local. Today, in a general way, in the world entirely, as we all know, the mineral sector, the mining sector,
masculin, et ce qui fait
which is dominated by men,
qu'ils sont très
which makes men to be more strongly represented.
soit des femmes entrepreneuses qui arrivent
in the value chain. So that's why women in the women who are in the mining industry today, the challenge is men.
Et une
Indeed,
stratégie.
we have also a clear strategy of development, which can also accompany us to bring about local development. Today, in Africa, the problem the government and the organizations are trying to find solutions. We find some problem where women are confronted in a general way, women and children in a general way. Okay, the manipulation of chemical products and the repetition of infrastructure of the environment. Also, which makes today vulnerability is reinforced more and more when I'm vulnerable with all the impact of the COVID has effect on our daily activities in other countries of Africa and West Africa generally. The solution is the same. The problems that are there, which also need solutions. All categories of actors, all that must participate. The government, the organizations or individuals, the experts, the organizations, we do have to provide solution to the problem of women in mining industry. There also possibility that will allow the improvement of the condition of work to make the work more valuable that we're about to do. It is in this light that I'm going to talk about the Gold West Africa. It's a perspective that allows the women in mining serve as an alternative, which allows them to favor development of local industries. Okay, transformation of gold in local development. Policies that are very clear. You can also the arts and the production of organizations, women in the communities that are more in the transformation of these products. I take, for example, Women in Mali, Association of Women of the Mining Sector of Mali, who today are almost specialized in the creation of gold. They do great things and beautiful things. The refinery in the transformation as well, by doing the consumption of gold, of jewelry, of the sale of products in the local territory. West Africa is in the process of developing a partnership with organization of women and communities. No later than last week, we can note an innovation among the women in mineral resources in Mali to promote these cultural aspects and the leadership of women in this valuability. Like you know, the value of gold requires a kind of finesse and communication, which requires innovation, which requires correction. As you know, women today they know how to display and exhibit the local development of products as regards development of localization. If they are well already educated, if they have enough resources to work, they're going to also bring more development to their community equally. I saw some impact on the environment and on their health as well. And therefore, so the mineral vision mining vision of Africa that has made the object with the new orientation, the formalization of their work, have some challenges to overcome, and the innovation that also has been done, also the valorization and the promotion of women. To say today, this project and this initiative of West Africa that is led by women, which protects, which bring without experience, be sharing with other organizations of Africa, that of Senegal, Mali in particular, that can bring about a lot of power, transformation in place today to development. And that's why, for example, that is going to create a lot of materials for being in terms of durability as well. That will also allow to these communities to have the works which will allow them to contribute to the development of local authorities. We make a general call to the government for us to look to regulate the problem of reduce vulnerability of women, which are exposed to bring risk to seat, the risk of environmental, of health, of security, even via violences and exploitation. The transformation of local transformation. If the capacity is well referenced, they'll be able to participate also in the transformation and also in the valorization of resources. And that is what Good West Africa is about to do, I think, which is implied more by women, because at the community level, the women that do a lot, they carry a lot of responsibilities as regards outsource and development. Beyond the exhibition, we'll try to see, we'll create an effort to see how women in the communities, for example, the promotion of activities, the integration, and the commercialization, which allow the women Good West Africa, in collaboration with other organizations of women in Senegal and in the West African countries, are organized. If we get potential in the presentation, okay, the definition, due resources. So Lemon said effort on the evaluation of local products and monetization of the assistance of the mining workers. The new approach and innovative ideas and approaches that will make their work more and more full of quality, and to promote their activities and develop the transformation in place. And that is what we allow, not only give them the opportunity and to share the exchange with those outside the country. The zones that are limited geographically, that will allow them as well to valorize what they are doing. The resources are transformed. For example, the development I think, for example, the Ayumaki, the Association of Women in Mines in Africa, they also launched an initiative which allows women in the executive to do a lot of things and to promote the women in mining.
Avec nous, parce que ça demande de la aujourd'hui aussi
That requires finance, it requires a lot of dexterity and innovation and creativity. And there are some really beautiful designs that can promote beyond our territory, beyond our borders. And all these things that when the development as the resources will be done. The reinforcement of the capacity and then the use of resources, especially those mineral resources, because the resources belonging to our countries, they need to access and to benefit as the owners, as a transformators, and as also various and the mechanisms through which, for example, the regulation of different activities. Anyways, the development happens through the women. If women today are autonomous, they can take care of the nutrition and development of the family, and even beyond that, also allow them to reduce the work of the children. The children work because sometimes the house choice is not about what to do, what to learn. The resources to make their work valuable, the resources that they have at hand to make them more autonomous. This kind of project of Gold West Africa to develop with the organization of women. For example, Senegal and other West African countries, either Africa in general as of today, and that's the reality. The potential is there. The women are leaders, they carry this potential, and they can make valuable and promote even beyond the borders of their country. And we have to do what we need to do to support these women in our communities. But I think there are initiatives like Gold West Africa will allow them to develop more and more what we are able to do. For example, when there are forums that allows the exposition that are organized, that allows women to participate in the display of products. They are also the experts to produce the products. For example, in Mali, where they organized last week, the women of Bokeh, of Sekaso, the jewelry that they wore, they made it, the one that produced it. And it was beautiful. It was awesome. Because of the product that they have made, they are going to try to put on as commercial sites to commercialize and then bring about the development in our community, not only in a clear vision of our state, but as well strategies which could either be for companies, be it for states, for our organizations, Mali and our other communities. We count, for example, even in Nigeria, there are women in Nigeria which are there as well. They are doing great things and beautiful things each time. Even the President Janet, for example, she will the women mining more in other countries in a manner that is with the synergies that we can put in place in order to find solutions to these problems of and bring about development. And the initiative of Gold West Africa, here we have to reinforce the solidarity and the partnership of organizations as Africa in the countries, intervention countries, and the development of projects which will allow the valorization of these women. Therefore, I think if we will not convene for now, I'll wait for other regions to come back in a way that is more detailed, and if there are questions, I only reminded that on mining is a pronoun of leadership, the support of women in the community, and the of the work that they do, equally with the network of women in mining in Africa, which reunite women across African countries in different category of value chain, be in the transformation, creativity, and value chain, even in the provision of this, and even on the continent as a general, around the platform of women in mining Africa. We are open to all sorts of collaborations to facilitate the access to women in different communities, have access to the resources. Equally, the promotion of development, of local development.
This was a very exciting session for me, and actually for a lot of women. So women in mining are lined up. But I wanted to, so before I go to other people's questions, I wanted to ask two questions that are connected to what has been going on. Or maybe I should, let me give two together. Number one, how are the present, so the present gold that the women are mining, what happens with the gold through the value chain? Do they have any visibility to where their gold is going, being channeled? The next question connected to that is about segregated gold lines. Right now, there's a premium for gold that has a story with the whole traceability, when provenance is clear. I don't know if you were listening yesterday morning. It's interesting because I'm seeing a connection of how what the women in the projects that you're mentioning in Senegal could really connect. Yesterday morning in the jury session, we had Vania and Chris Betts. Now, what was interesting for Vania is looking for traceability for gold. She's looking for gold supply that has a story, that we know the source, and that's what she wants. And I think what we're finding more and more is that jewelers are wanting these stories. A lot of there were about 2 or 3 other jewelers yesterday that had that same request. And I'm just seeing an opportunity for the gold produced by these women in Senegal, if there is enough work that's done on provenance, telling this story, that we can really create the synergy with the jewelers from yesterday. So all this I'm saying for Madam Aida to give some feedback on presently what's the organization for the women there that are mining this gold in terms of provenance, due diligence, traceability, and how easy would it be for them to organize themselves so that we can connect them directly to the jewelers that are looking for the gold produced like this. Translator. But I think Aida understood me.
Je pense que Aida m'a compris.
Ok, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
En compte par rapport à la visibilité, par rapport
as regards to the visibility and as regards as well
la connexion entre les organisations et les
of the organization of jewelries.
Mais j'ai pas bien saisi la question sur la ségrégation.
I didn't really get the question on the segregation.
Okay, let me try not to say too much. I am trying to make a connection. I think a lot of times, sometimes we're mining here and we need to see a business connection. Yesterday, at least two jewelers are looking for a way that they can get gold from a mine or a mining community where they know they can go there, they know the source, and they can tell it as part of the story. And I'm hearing about what the women in mining are doing in Senegal, the mining projects. And I'm seeing that there can be a good connection between those two. But the condition that the jewelers were asking is that the traceability, the source. And I just wanted to know what work have women in mining done, or can they do, so that what these international jewelers need is ready, so that we can make this connection to actually tell this beautiful story of the gold being mined by the women, the small-scale women miners in these communities. We can say it's going to this jeweler. I don't know if that helps. Translator, do you think you can do better? Have I helped?
Oui, elle demande aujourd'hui ce que les femmes ont fait pour qu'elles puissent mieux appréhender la question afin peut-être de renforcer l'accompagnement.
To bring about a complement of the partnership.
Ok, en fait, dans ce sens, comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure à l'entame de mes propos,
Comme I said earlier, as regards my proposition,
il y a Women in Mining Sénégal.
Women in Mining Senegal.
Aujourd'hui, accompagne 4 catégories de femmes.
So this is 4 categories of women.
Que ce soit les femmes qui sont employées par les compagnies
These
minières.
women that are engaged by mining companies.
Les femmes qui travaillent dans l'administration.
The women that work in administration.
Les femmes qui font de l'entrepreneuriat dans le secteur minier.
The business women.
Les femmes de l'artisanat minier.
Mining, women that work in mining.
Et les femmes, par exemple, des communautés impactées.
And also the women, the community women.
Donc, ce qu'on essaie de faire, c'est que pour les femmes au niveau de l'artisanat minier et des communautés impactées,
is women that work in the mining industry and the communities.
On fait ce qu'on appelle la cartographie déjà de leurs besoins et de leur situation.
We are doing cartography, showing us velocity and the pace at which they are moving.
Et à partir de cette cartographie, ça nous permet d'avoir
which allows us to have
leurs besoins réels.
The need.
Et à partir de ces besoins, nous élaborons des programmes pour les accompagner.
For their protection, for their support.
D'abord par la formalisation, on leur
first of all by the formalization
à se former
and their support.
Également, on essaie de promouvoir non seulement les activités
we are trying also to promote not only some activities.
Déjà, WIM Sénégal a déjà initié la mise en place d'une plateforme.
We already initiated a platform.
Et dans cette plateforme, ce qu'on fait, on regarde les femmes qui sont
we look at women that are in business.
Les femmes qui sont dans l'artisanat minier.
The women that are in mining.
On les inscrit dans cette plateforme pour promouvoir leur
register them on this platform to promote the visibility.
C'est vrai que pour les bijoutiers, le partenariat
for the jewelers,
est récent. C'est très récemment
it's very important organization and is recently accompanied and supported.
De faire le plaidoyer déjà auprès des décideurs pour qu'ils puissent
for them to be able to
une partie de la production de l'or afin qu'elles puissent maintenant faire la transformation sur place. Et maintenant, en termes de visibilité, cette plateforme, c'est pour leur visibilité. Maintenant, c'est dans ce sens que peut-être Gold West Africa et le Sénégal pourront peut-être à travers cette plateforme Wimslink pour rendre beaucoup plus visibles les activités de ces femmes. Et peut-être en termes d'innovation, côté valorisation des bijoux, on pourrait voir comment davantage mieux les accompagner. Et côté en termes de
more as regards as connecting with other organizations.
Nous, on sera par exemple les médiateurs, on sera les facilitateurs.
Who will be like the mediator, the facilitators?
Pour faciliter les connexions entre non seulement les partenaires de développement,
Facilitate the partnership of development.
Et porter leur voix aussi auprès des décideurs pour faciliter le plaidoyer.
As well, the BOI, to facilitate the BOI.
Donc, le partenariat, c'est en quelque sorte ça. Maintenant, et partenariat.
Like that for now.
On aurait souhaité que ça puisse être davantage renforcé aujourd'hui quand vous êtes...
Il
y a par exemple des femmes bijoutières qui sont soit au Nigeria ou dans les autres pays. Exposer leurs produits, qu'elles puissent venir par exemple partager leur expérience. Maintenant, ces produits ou bien ces expériences-là puissent être produits. Et qu'ensemble, peut-être, on pourra développer des programmes. Et pour WIM Sénégal, pour WIM Nigeria, que ça soit le Burkina, alors, nous sommes dans plus de 13 pays en Afrique de l'Ouest et sur le continent africain.
West Africa and the African century in general.
Donc, je ne sais pas si j'ai répondu à la question.
I don't know if I answered your question.
Je reste disponible pour renforcer.
Available in contact.
Yeah, thank you. I think you did. You said yes, you're open. So we will conclude that later. Talking to women in mining. There's another question. I think they're wanting to know: is there any? I think maybe it's sort of a statistical question, or maybe just more understanding. For the mines in Senegal, is there any mine that's run by a woman? Like I don't think they mean artisanal mine. I think they mean maybe like a medium scale. But they want to know if there's any mine that's being headed by a woman, medium scale, in Senegal.
Il y a quelques femmes on ESM, but they are not members because most of the times, they participate in the value chain. They are just there, for example, as they bring water, the contact side, the barrage and everything, breaking. The women that are owners, there are not many, but there are some. There are some of them. There are women that will support also in the region of Kedeboom, that will have their permission of exploration. But there are not many, but we have quite a number of them.
All right. Thank you, Madam Aida. So we'll hear more from her later in the discussion panel with Team Tokun. So right now, I want to introduce the Seglola Gold Project. We're going to have Segun Lawson, who is the CEO of Thor Exploration Nigeria. Segun Lawson is, he's been the CEO of Thor since August 2011. He has identified and led all of Thor's acquisitions and financing, and Thor's JV with Acacia Mining. He's a co-founder of African Star Resources Incorporated, where he serves as an officer assisting with financing, corporate and business development activities. He holds a BS from the Royal School of Mines at Imperial College, UK, with honors in geology. And he has an MBA from Cass Business School. Mr. Lawson has extensive transaction experience at Noble Company in the oil and gas corporate finance areas, and also experience at Premier Oil in identifying and negotiating new West African opportunities. Segun is also a British Nigerian citizen and has a strong network of contacts both in the UK and in West Africa. So this is the formal one. Segun, good to see you. Like I did with Madam Aida, I'm going to say some extra words. We're just so excited by the leadership Segun is showing here in Nigeria. The Seglola project is a project that we've all been excited about and looking forward to. And we're just so excited to just to see the strides the project is making. We're very encouraged by all the work you do, Segun. So thank you. Now over to you.
Thank you for that very kind introduction. Merci pour thank you very much. Well done on this whole event. Gold West Africa, Lagos loves gold. Hugely impressive. Continue doing what you're doing and making the great strides you're making in this sector in Nigeria. It's extremely impressive and it makes us all very proud to be part of the sector. Okay, I'll be glad to give you a project update as requested. I don't know if you can share my presentation. Thank you very much. As introduced, I'm Segun Lawson. I'm CEO of Thor Explorations. This is our project, the Segilola Gold Project in Nigeria, which we have been developing since we acquired it in August 2016. When we acquired it, it was an initial resource, and we've taken it through various phases. So initially, preliminary, we did some drilling and studies, then took it through a preliminary feasibility study stage, then through a bankable feasibility study stage in early 2019. And then we took a lot of time, should I say, just over a year to get it fully funded. We started construction of this project about a year ago, and the project is on track to pour its first gold next quarter. So we're a few months away from a very transformational event for us. So this picture was taken probably just before Christmas. So there's been a lot of development since here, and you'll see later on in the presentation. So next slide, please. This is a disclaimer which I have to put up, but next slide. Okay, so about Thor Explorations, we have a West African focus. We're currently in Nigeria with our flagship project, the Segilola project, which we own 100%. The reserve, not the resource, is 405,000 ounces and at a high grade of 4.2 grams per ton. And it's very attractive because it has a low all-in sustaining cost over the life of the mine, about $662 per ounce. In terms of modern exploration and large-scale gold production, we believe we have a first-mover advantage, even though there are a lot of very credible players in the sector that are up and coming. And we're very excited about this region of Nigeria, which I'll go into as well. We also have a joint venture in Burkina Faso with Barrick. That's an earlier stage project. And also a project in Senegal, where our last speaker is from, Ida. We have a very exciting exploration project there, which we're advancing. But most of our energy right now and focus is getting the Segilola project into production. Next slide, please. So Nigeria, as the panelists will tell you, I believe it's an underexplored and unproven gold region. So I think Nigeria is an emerging gold jurisdiction the whole way through the value chain. If you look at the whole western axis of Nigeria, it's underlain by the Birimian rocks, the host. And those have been remobilized in western Nigeria. So right from the southern axis in western Nigeria to the north, you can see this image on the left.
Segun, we can't really hear you. I'm not sure if it's your internet connection or your volume. We can see your slide.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay.
We hear you now. You're good.
So I was talking about Nigeria. I believe it's an emerging gold jurisdiction, and I'm sure a lot of the panelists would agree. The whole western axis of Nigeria is underlain by the same Birimian rocks that hosts all the major deposits in West Africa. And they've been remobilized in Nigeria. So if you look at the image on the left-hand side, you can see, it's covered in gold occurrences, artisanal mines, small-scale mines, and Segilola being the only official deposit. And that's not a function of there being not enough gold there. That's just really a function of the exploration dollars not having gone into the ground. So our land package is about 930 square kilometers. We're looking at advancing this land package and trying to get more deposits. There are a number of programs going on with the government, the NIMEP program, which I have no doubt will start uncovering some very attractive looking prospects.
Next slide, please. I'll just touch very quickly on this. I keep this in my presentation because a lot of international prospective investors don't know Nigeria as a mining jurisdiction. They know it more as an oil and gas sector. So I always, have this here as an educative slide, let people know Nigeria is the major economy in Africa. It's got a stable political environment. So if you compare us to our West African counterparts that do get the mining dollars, DRC, Burkina, Ivory Coast, Mali, Senegal, Sierra Leone, we have a very stable political environment compared to them. We have an established industrial base, lots of manufacturing, the largest cement industry in Africa. We have very good access to labor. We have a young population with over 180 million people, all very willing to work. And I think the next 2 points are very important. There's huge support for the mining industry. You can see this by our Mining Act, where the mining sector has pioneer status. That's no tax payable for the first 5 years of production. You can own your projects 100%. There isn't a government free carry. You can repatriate all your forex. So it's extremely enabling. It enables people to come and do business. And lastly is the immense geological potential in Nigeria, which like I mentioned on the previous slide, is very underexplored. Next slide, please. So our project, this is our project here in Osun State. This was taken, like I said, just around about Christmas. This has been developed even more. It's fully funded. The bulk of the financing came from Africa Finance Corporation. We had a EPC contract we signed with a group out of China called Norinco International. That was done as a lump sum turnkey contract.
Sorry, I think we're just having some internet challenges. I'm sure he'll be back shortly.
I'm here. I can hear you. I can see you.
We just lost your sound for quite a while.
This is fully funded. The bulk of the funding came from Africa Finance Corporation. And we have our EPC contractor, which is our partner, Norinco International, who are building this on a fixed price lump sum turnkey basis. So we manage Norinco. They are in charge of all the construction and delivering the project on time. Next slide, please. There's one technical slide in here. I will just talk through. This is just basically giving you the technical parameters of the project. It's a high-grade open pit project. It's one of the highest grade open pit projects in West Africa, grading at 4.2 grams per ton. A lot of the recovery is by gravity alone, 43%. The total recovery is 97%. The processing rate, we're looking at processing 625,000 tons per annum, but we have put installed capacity of 650,000 tons per annum. So we have the ability to increase. It's conventional crush, grind, gravity, and leach process, followed by carbon absorption, and then elution, electrowinning, and then doré bar production. The initial head grade is about 5.3 grams per ton. We're aiming for the life of mine production of about 80,000 ounces per year. Next slide. So where are we on the project? We're on track, first and foremost. We're on budget, which always gives our financiers a bit of relief. The various stages which we have been ongoing since December 2019 have been getting the project fully permitted, making sure the community development agreements are in place, making sure the community development agreements promises are made, the land acquisition and compensation has been done. That was done. The civil work construction that was then done. We worked from February through the rainy season to the end of last year. So the civil works are in place for implementation of the machinery. We built our tailings management facility and water storage dam. Our process plant construction is now the key activity that's ongoing. We have the mills that have arrived in Nigeria. That was a critical path item. I'm happy to say they're going from Lagos port to site. And then all our procurement is done. So everything we need is either in Nigeria or it's on the water, on the ships from China and Australia and heading to Nigeria. And we're on track to pour first gold pour in the second quarter this year, after which there'll be a gradual ramp up through to full-scale commercial production. Next slide, please. So here are some more updated pictures. Looking on the processing plant site, this is as of 1st of February. We, like I mentioned earlier on, our focus was putting in the civil works. Now it's going to be the installation of the mills, the crusher, the conveyor belts, and the steel structures over the next few months before production. Next slide. And then obviously the ancillary buildings, that's been ongoing as well. This was also taken on 1st of February. We've actually taken ownership, and we're occupying a few of these buildings now. The technical building, we have the mining team in there. So the chief geologist, mining engineer, general manager, chief surveyor, they're all there. The accommodation buildings are being built as well. Next slide, please. What does this mean in terms of resources and life of mine? Yes, we had a feasibility study based on the reserve of 405,000 ounces, grading at 4.2 grams per ton. But one thing I've always stated was we believe there's more gold in the region. We think Osun is a very prospective gold region. We think in and around the mine, there's a lot of upside potential. We have gold anomalies in the soil within trucking distance. And also our resource is still open at depth. So there's still the opportunity to start mining or discovering, should I say, an underground resource. We have a small underground resource at the moment, and there's an opportunity to grow this. So we have an exploration potential of changing the reserve and growing it from 405,000 ounces. And we have a target over the next 12 months to try and get to 1 million ounces in reserves. Next slide. This is just a short video. It's a fly through the processing plant area and the ancillary infrastructure, and I hope it works. So if you can play it. I don't know if you have any sound. So I'll just talk through what we're seeing here, seeing as the sound is off. So this is just an overview of we have on one side of the road, the eastern side of the road, we have the plants, and where all the gold is processed and put through the process flow sheet. And then on the western side of the road, we have the ancillary buildings, technical building, admin building, accommodation, and recreational area. We've also built, just before the rainy season, we built a water dam, which you're about to see now. And that provides a water storage facility. This is flying through the circuit now. So from the ROM pad through the primary crusher, through the first conveyor belt, to the crushed ore stockpile and the stockpile reclaim chamber where the ore is stored and the stockpile is stored. It then goes from here through, you can see the civil works. It goes from here through 7 conveyor belts. On the left-hand side, you can see the warehouse and workshop, power plants and left. And then I guess here's the critical infrastructure, the SAG mill and the ball mills. After this point, some of the gold is separated by gravity, like I mentioned in the last slide. And the gold that's not separated by gravity will go through the leaching circuit. So the video is just about to go through that. So this is the SAG mill and ball mill, and then it will now go through the leaching circuit. Here are the CIL tanks. There are 10 of them. From here, it goes to the reagent preparation, cyanide separation, and then the gold room. There's a raw water and reclaimed ponds, PCP, and that's really the gold circuit. The plan is to evacuate the gold by air directly from site. That process is being finalized. On the other side of the road, we've also, along this road, we've put in a tailings management facility, which is where the waste material goes. It goes, and then we have piping all along this road to deposit the waste material in this environmentally friendly designed basin, so not to destroy the environment, should I say. Here's the senior camp where most of the management will be living, recreational area, admin and buildings, the technical office, and the construction camp. So that's everything. One thing I will finish off by saying is that we have put a lot of focus on our community development. There are 3 communities that fall within our exploration license. We signed community development agreements with all of them. We provide over 400 jobs directly. We provide 1,100 jobs indirectly. These numbers are going to increase, obviously, when we get through to the operational parts. We are taking a long-term view on Nigeria. We pray that this is the first of many projects and the first of many discoveries. I continue to have the belief that this is a very strong gold region. Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to present an update on the project, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I think you should see the audience here. We were like children in a candy store or at Christmas. Yes, exactly. Just give the applause. You were, yeah. We're so excited. I think what excites me here is we know about the project. We've seen slides, but for everyone to be seeing the videos. Let me see the comment here from someone in the US who's up late. And he's like, wow, dang. So anyway, just to let you know that everyone was just so excited to just see how much progress we've been, because the truth is, we know about the Segilola project, you hear about it, you see slides, but for the first time, I think, in a conference in Nigeria, we're actually seeing the visuals. So that was great. So the questions that we have here, I've summarized them for you. I want to put them to you this way, because as you're a publicly listed company. So there's a lot of sensitivities about what can be answered or how you respond. So I have taken the liberty to phrase them differently and put it in a package, send it to you, and respond how is best you can respond. So they all fall under pioneer challenges. Some of them look like complaints, some of them look like concerns. But I think what people want to know is, as a leading pioneering project in gold mining in Nigeria, what support have you got from the government? How maybe strong or confident are you about the government support? Infrastructure, there's a lot of concern about infrastructure as to if your company is having to build a lot of all this infrastructure and how that maybe would scale for the project if there's enough, if there's enough ore. Anyway, I guess that's connected to another question about expansion plans. There's kind of a question about wanting to know if you're fully funded, if there's still any room for investment. But I think you kind of get the nature of the questions. People just want to know more. Most of them are really curious about the pioneering challenge and maybe even seeming concerned for how you're dealing with some of these problems as a pioneer. wondering about expansion, wondering about deposits versus maybe infrastructure investment, and I guess some people are still interested in investing. So however you want to respond, I've thrown all at you. Tell us something.
Let me start with the Pioneer Challenges. Needless to say, this is the first of its kind in the country. And what makes it a bit more difficult is it's also a first of its kind for us as a company. So it's a learning curve for us, it's a learning curve for the country, and we've just tried to tick every box and do everything to international best practice standard. Where the complications have come in, resources are a federal matter. There's the Ministry of Mines. They articulate the Mining Act. They're there to support. Land is a state matter. So there's conflict between land and resources. And then in almost everywhere in Africa, not just West Africa or Nigeria, you do have ancestral ownership of land as well, which is inherited and you're born into. So for us, that has easily been the most difficult thing to navigate, trying to implement this project at a best practice standard and navigate the issues between federal, state, ancestral ownership of land. One thing I can say is the ministry has been super supportive. We call this project our flagship, but they also call it their flagship, as almost as keen for this project to succeed they are. So, as we're learning and we're doing certain things, there's provisions in the Mining Act that haven't been done before. They're there for mining companies, but because there hasn't been a large-scale mine built before, it hasn't been done before. And so we go to them, we sit, and it's a very interactive, iterative process. And I must commend the minister and members of the ministry for this. It's back and forth, it's brainstorming to resolve solutions. Solutions on land, solutions on explosives manufacturing, for example, solutions on implementation of your customs and duty waivers, which you're supposed to get as a mining company. For example, you get to the port, customs and duties is completely fragmented from Ministry of Mines. So you show them your waiver and they have to understand that this is something you're entitled to. So to answer that first question, the pioneering issue, it has required a lot of problem solving. It's required a lot of support. And I can only say positive things about the Ministry of Mines in giving us that support and doing what they can, bending over backwards to make sure this project succeeds. The other question was about investment. The project is fully funded, so we're not actively looking for more money. But what I can say is we're listed on a publicly traded stock exchange. It's very easy to buy shares. And, I think, for any gold company or any mining company, the period before production is a very opportune time to invest in the shares. So if anyone wants to buy shares and they don't know how to, they can drop me an email and I can point them in the right direction where our shares are available to buy on the stock exchange. And I can't remember the other question. So there was the pioneering, there was the investing. I don't know if there's anything else, but if you can remind me, I'm happy to answer.
And then more questions are just flooding in. I've actually forwarded one of those questions to Tim, who's going to have a discussion with you and Aida later. So I'll fuse a question here that you didn't answer had to do with expansion. Expansion plans is another question again about expansion plans. People like to ask about your expansion plans. So let me just give you some more in a group. I think people are curious about the challenges of encroachment and artisanal mining. I think because they've seen a lot of things in the news about Osun State and artisanal mining. So they want to know if you do face any of those issues around your tenement. There's another question about relationship with the host community. Okay, artisanal mining again. There's another question about, same thing, production expansion plans. So I think that will be it for this session. Anything else that comes, we'll push it over to Tim Tokun in your panel discussion.
Okay, so first on artisanal mining, yes, Oshun is very, very covered in artisanal miners, but the artisanal miners really focus on the alluvials. One thing we are fortunate about is that Segilola is a hard rock. It's not alluvial. It's a quartz-hosted hard rock deposit that extends down to 200 meters. Also, as you can see from the pictures and the video, the terrain is very thick vegetation cover. It's not really the rivers and alluvial environment that is conducive for alluvial mining. So knock on wood, we haven't had issues with that. And we hope those issues don't arise in the future. So there hasn't been encroachment. In terms of expansion, like I said in my presentation, we have a long-term view on Nigeria. I don't care what anyone says. Nigeria is it's a gold province. It just hasn't been uncovered yet. But all you have to do, you don't have to go far back in history. You look at Burkina, you look at Ivory Coast, even somewhere as prominent as Ghana. From when the first gold mine came to when the 10th gold mine came, was a very short period of time. So one success story is enough to change all that. With that in mind, we are running in parallel exploration program on our other tenements, and we do have plans to expand. In terms of expansion of the existing plants, look, we took a loan. We took a $54 million loan out from Africa Finance Corporation. I think we'll want to see us pay that loan back first before we expand our operations and infrastructure there. The infrastructure we've built there already far outlives the gold that we've discovered. We built infrastructure there that would last for about 50 years. The plan is, if we do exhaust the gold resources within an economic radius, would be to give the infrastructure back to the local communities around us, which can be turned into anything. So yeah, artisanal mining, encroachment and expansion, I think I've answered those. And yeah, any more questions that come in the forum with Tim Tokun, I'll be happy to answer as well.
So next we have the discussion that's going to be moderated by Tim Tokun, Experiences in West Africa. We already explained that Rian has had some travel disruptions, so he will not be joining us on this panel. But the panel is going to be moderated by Tim Tokun. For those just joining in, I'm going to reintroduce Tim. Tim has, for the past 17 years, participated in a global pipeline of development and production projects across 14 countries on 3 continents, and in capacities spanning field roles to executive management. This journey has been with publicly listed, privately held, and vertically integrated companies, as well as local and national governments. In 2015, Tim shifted his attention to Nigeria, where he had designed and led technical programs that de-risked assets and provided advice to a myriad of HNIs and investment boutiques. He is the creator of the National Resource Compliant Exploration and Monetization Program, an initiative that is actively helping to make Nigeria a leading mining jurisdiction for investment. Tim, are you ready to reintroduce your panelists, or do you want me to run that through so you get straight to it? What do you want me to do?
Let's have you do that. Thank you.
I should handle it?
Yes.
All right. So our rock star woman in mining, a geologist by training, Madame Aida Diop, the only woman in her class. She holds a master in quality safety environment from the Higher Polytechnic School of Dakar. She's also been trained in mining and energy economics at the National University from Australia, to National Resource Governance Institute and Petroleum Governance of Gas and Mining at the University of Oxford in England. Yes, this is where I had issues last time. In mining in Senegal, she contributed to the assessment of the 10 years of African Mining Vision, advocacy note on governance for the participation of women and girls in the ECOWAS region, the implementation of WIMOA and AWIMA, and most recently the development of the Gender and Geo-Extractive Industries Charter of ECOWAS. Today, she runs an organization of more than 200 women, whose board of directors is made up of 77% of youth, a mentoring program with nearly 500 girl beneficiaries, more than 100 community women's groups, and promotes the achievement of SDG 3, 4, 5, and 8. SDG 3, that's good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, decent work, and economic growth. In November 2020, she was selected among the top 100 of the most inspiring women of the mining sector by Women in Mining UK. Excuse me, introduce Segun. Segun Lawson is the CEO, President, and Director of Thor. He's been the CEO of Thor since August 2011. He has identified and led all of Thor's acquisitions and financing and Thor's JV with Acacia Mining. He's a co-founder of African Star Resources Incorporated, where he served as an officer assisting with financing, corporate and business development activities. He holds a Bachelor of Science from the Royal School of Mines at Imperial College with honors in geology, and he has an MBA from the Cass Business School. Mr. Lawson has extensive transaction experience at Noble Company in the oil and gas corporate finance areas, and also experience at Premier Oil in identifying and negotiating new West African opportunities. Segun is a British-Nigerian citizen and has a strong network of contacts both in the UK and in West Africa. All right, thank you. So we've got through all those introductions. Now let's let Tim, Segun, and Madam Aida have a very robust technical discussion. Over to you, Tim.
Thank you so much, Neri. And before I even get to that, I would like to address the question you sent to me. You asked what my thoughts were if the Nigerian mining law could be amended to place ownership and control of mineral resources on state governments rather than the federal government. Could this be a solution to investors versus community landowner challenges? I'd say...
Sorry to interrupt you. I didn't clarify that. Oh dear.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear. So Tim, I'm sorry. You're very fast. I should have known that you're a tech guy. I didn't explain. So what happened earlier is during Segun's session, people were sending all kinds of questions. And I did not think that question came for Segun. And I felt that it was better handled by you. It came for Segun. I thought it was better handled by you in the discussion with Segun, yourself, and maybe Aida, and having those discussions. So I sent it to you, yes, to tackle in your group. It's not from me, it's from the audience.
Sure. I do understand. So yeah, like I said, in my view, the primary owner of natural resources is the federal government. The secondary owner is really the community, and then to a lesser extent, the states. I don't think it'll be in any way, shape, or form changeable to then flip it where states become the parties to engage with investors on properties. I think it'll always have to be federal. I think the federal will always have that free carried interest, in any production play. I don't see that changing any time. However, it'll be good to know what my colleagues here think as we proceed in this discussion. But let me get to my very first question. I would address Aida in the first place. Aida, my question is centered around the geological knowledge infrastructure. This particular segment consists of 4 main criterions: historical data, research data, country mapping, company data. Company data remains elusive as exploration companies typically underdeclare findings in their quarterly returns submitted to government. To worsen the case, the entire data set tends to exit the country just as the said company also exit the projects in country. They claim to not trust African governments with their data, hence this trend. What measure would you want to see in place to begin to earn the trust of exploration companies, seen as available data from these permits, particularly the relinquished licenses, could represent an equivalent of $1 billion in exploration expenditure across Africa. Aida, can you hear us? Okay, she's on mute.
Oui, je vous entends, mais sur la question, je n'avais pas très bien saisi en fait.
On the question, I did not grab very well.
Si le traducteur peut répéter la question.
I wish if the translator can repeat the question.
Should I repeat the question? Should I repeat the question?
Yes, I believe she wants you to repeat.
Can you repeat the question, please? The question.
Okay. When exploration companies are working in a particular country, they don't declare all that they find. They only declare the findings to government in their quarterly returns. And typically, when they exit the country, all their data sets typically leaves with them too. This is because they don't totally trust African governments. They believe that when they provide all their finding subject to all kinds of misdemeanors and malfeasance, so they don't express as much as they're discovering. Now, if a company comes to a country and does a lot of exploration over a 3, 4, 5 year period and exit that country, and if that data is still available to government, it's been said that cumulatively, all of that data could account to up to $1 billion in exploration expenditure across Africa. So my question is, what would you want to see African governments put in place to earn the trust of the exploration companies?
Ok, maintenant en fait, il y avait interférence. Si l'interprète seulement peut parler, ça me permet de mieux écouter la question.
Ok. Oui, et la question c'est que lorsque les explorateurs, les grandes compagnies viennent en Afrique, lorsqu'ils font des découvertes et les données, ils ne donnent pas les résultats en fait au gouvernement. C'est-à-dire qu'ils donnent une partie des résultats au gouvernement. Ils ne déclarent pas en fait en réalité toutes les découvertes qu'ils ont faites. C'est parce qu'ils n'ont pas confiance au gouvernement du pays. Donc, qu'est-ce que vous pouvez faire? Comment est-ce que nous pouvons combattre ce problème? Parce qu'ils n'ont pas de confiance dans le gouvernement.
En fait, je comprends. La question, c'est de savoir si, par exemple, un multinational vient s'installer et il commence à produire et qu'en termes de déclaration, il y a un déphasage entre ce que l'entreprise produit et ce qu'il déclare au gouvernement. Et parce que peut-être l'entreprise n'a pas confiance au gouvernement, maintenant, qu'est-ce qu'il faut proposer comme solution? C'est ça?
Oui.
Ok, déjà, en fait, je pense qu'il y a la transparence, ça doit être la porte d'entrée. Les entreprises qui viennent s'installer.
The companies that come to settle down in the country.
Au-delà même du partenariat avec le gouvernement.
The partnership with the government.
Leur appartenance à, par exemple, des organisations internationales.
Of the international organizations.
À respecter les exigences en termes de transparence et de bonnes pratiques.
Has to respect the terms and conditions regards transparency of the contract.
Parce que pour la plupart de ces entreprises-là, ils sont inscrits
because majority of these companies are.
Et le fait qu'ils sont inscrits et cotés en bourse, il y a des exigences. Je prends exemple la norme SFI de la Banque mondiale. Il y a des exigences qui,
for example, the World Bank,
à être transparent dans ce qu'ils font. Ça, c'est de.
Transparent in all they do.
Deuxièmement, la plupart de nos pays ont adhéré à l'ITIE, qui est l'initiative pour la transparence dans les industries extractives, même si adhérer à l'ITIE, c'est une chose, et être transparent, une autre chose, ce qui veut dire qu'adhérer à l'ITIE, ça ne veut pas dire effectivement garantir la transparence. Donc, dès lors, en fait, aussi, par exemple, pour le Sénégal de manière particulière, les ressources n'appartiennent pas au gouvernement.
In Senegal, in a similar way,
les ressources appartiennent
don't belong to the government.
Parce que ça a été
inclus
dans notre constitution. Donc, autant le gouvernement, autant les acteurs de la société civile, autant les entreprises, il doit y avoir un mécanisme, par exemple, tripartite.
They have to have a mechanism tripartite.
De contrôle, par exemple, de la gestion de ces ressources-là. Même si des fois, une asymétrie de pouvoir ou bien même de capacité. En général, nos gouvernements n'ont pas les capacités nécessaires ou bien les moyens nécessaires pour pouvoir assurer le contrôle
the control that require,
ou bien même la gestion de ces déclarations que les entreprises font.
Of this declaration for organizations.
Ça doit être très simple. Tout doit passer par la réglementation. Il faudrait qu'on puisse avoir des
regulation.
Il faudra aussi qu'en matière de négociation, qu'on puisse impliquer les parties prenantes, s'ouvrir à toutes les parties prenantes. C'est ça, en fait, qui permettra à chaque acteur de jouer son rôle. Aux organisations de la société civile, le rôle de veille et d'éveil. Maintenant, une entreprise qui, aujourd'hui, vient dans son pays, et se dit, par exemple, ne pas avoir confiance au gouvernement. Parce que confiance ou sans confiance, c'est le gouvernement qui doit assurer la représentation du peuple dans le contrat. Donc, ils ont l'obligation, en tout cas, d'être transparents sur leur démarche.
As much as possible.
Mécanisme de contrôle renforcer le contrôle. Mais aux autres organisations aussi, comme la société civile, pour pouvoir mettre la pression ou bien en tout cas essayer de vérifier avec aussi la presse, c'est très important. Des fois, alors que peut-être dans son pays d'origine, il peut y avoir des mécanismes de remonter dans leur bourse ou bien dans les sites qu'ils vont publier les informations. Donc, en faisant des informations, on peut peut-être revoir le processus.
Review the process of the transparency.
Par exemple, rompre la licence d'exploitation. Parce que comme c'est une ressource qui appartient au peuple, on doit
For example, the government can seize the license of exploitation.
Autant l'entreprise peut ne pas avoir confiance, par exemple, au gouvernement, mais autant aussi le gouvernement.
The government as well. The government
peuvent ne pas avoir aussi confiance aux entreprises. Parce que
might not also have confidence in the
en général, les entreprises sont beaucoup plus outillées que nos gouvernements. Donc, peut-être des fois, le fait des mécanismes qui ne sont pas des fois peuvent exister. Mais à l'État de mettre en place des mécanismes de surveillance, de contrôle et à la société de jouer pleinement son rôle de veille, d'éveil et d'éveil au. Et je prends l'exemple du Tchad par rapport à cela.
For example, the example of Tchad.
Il y avait quelque chose de ce genre, mais ce n'était pas par rapport directement à la ressource. Mais c'était par rapport à l'indemnisation.
It was about the internalization of the resources.
Les normes en termes d'indemnisation des populations, l'entreprise qui exploitait ne l'a pas fait, mais la société civile a eu à faire des investigations, le contrôle des engagements. C'est ce qui a permis de remonter de la Banque mondiale et enfin, les populations avaient, par exemple, ce procès qui a permis à ces populations-là d'être indemnisées à la hauteur, par exemple, des normes internationales.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. Sheikh Mohammed, I would like to hear your thoughts on the very same topic.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Oui, je vous entends.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Clear.
Yes. A lot of my thoughts largely are aligned with Ida. And as you can see, when you compare countries, for example, you compare the level of historical data, research data that's available in a country like Senegal, where we operate as well, to Nigeria. I think that's it's a key starting point for any entrance into the sector in Nigeria. You know, we're starting from scratch in Nigeria. Not only do we have to put in the policies of making available historical data, research data, and country mapping, and I think what is a more difficult process for the government is the implementation of monitoring of these processes by existing companies. So it's not just enough for a company like Seguola to do a quarterly report and file it. The Mines Inspectorate should be reviewing the reports. The Mines Inspectorate should be doing visits to the site, should be also building up the country's knowledge of the projects that are going on and an understanding of the geology. So when areas are relinquished, interpretation, that knowledge transfer has happened with the transfer of the assets as well. So I think that's highly important. It's very sensitive with country mapping and company data. I think country mapping is really the function of the government. I like, if I take Nigeria, for example, a lot of the programs that are going on, the NIMAP. However, company data is a very sensitive topic. I can give you an example. If we want to fly an Aeromag survey over our exploration license in Nigeria, it's more cost effective to do it on a larger piece of ground. I can do it on ground that's not pegged by other people. I can do it on ground that's pegged by other people. But if I do then get the regional interpretation of it, whose information who should own that information? Should it be me that's paid for it and done it? What you tend to get, and I've experienced this in Senegal and Burkina, is because they're much more advanced than we are in Nigeria. You get a cluster of companies saying, look, oh, you want to fly an Aeromag? Why don't we all contribute and cover this large bit of ground, get some high resolution, and then we understand. They might have some interpretations, look at it a different way you do, you brainstorm together, and you come up with solutions. So I think in Nigeria, the critical mass of companies exploring needs to increase before company data like that can be shared so freely and for free. But country mapping, I think, the key to success in any country is information, geological understanding. The more work that's done by the government to attract investors, the better. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks for that. Cheng, I'll come back to you now with a more personal question. West Africa, as we know, is a repository to 35% of global gold deposits, which is astonishing if you ask me. 30 million ounces known in Guinea, 6 million ounces known in Burkina, 85 million ounces known in Mali, Senegal Central, 25 million ounces known in Cote d'Ivoire, 220 million ounces known in Ghana. Nigeria is now firmly on the map of repositories thanks to your near superhuman endeavors at Thor over the last 5-6 years. Amidst all the lessons you learned in the journey, which one would you most want to impart on promoters who may want to embark on a similar journey? What would be your all-encompassing message to such a promoter?
Okay, I guess first of all, I don't think Nigeria is firmly on the map because our project relatively in global terms or in West African terms is still a small one. You know, I think there's a lot of upside to come in the region. But you're right, you know, I think West Africa has such huge potential, and I think it hasn't been a case of let's reinvent the wheel. I mean, you look at West Africa, you look at the Boranian rock, so you look at the artisanal activity, you look at the same rocks in the northeast corner of Brazil. You know, these are gold-bearing rocks, gold-bearing schist belts. I think exploration success has been a function of, you know, systematic best practice exploration that's well-funded. And I don't have to ask you twice, Tim, exploration costs money. You know, it costs a lot of money, and you know, putting those funds into the ground without any guarantee of success, without any guarantee of cash flow for a long time, is a very difficult decision. So what I would say is, I always plead on the government to kickstart things. We were fortunate when we acquired Seguiloa, there was a deposit there, and then even though there was a deposit there, it still took us 5 years of drilling and studies and raising money to get through to production. I think the government is on the right track with the NIMAP. I would implore on the government to continue doing what exploration they can, and I think take the onus on Nigerian companies, individuals like yourself, Allied Africa, Kean Smith, these companies that are already building their knowledge base in Nigeria to build on the government's exploration. And I think these are the key players to attract the international investment. So I don't know if I've delivered a clear message, but my message is we ask the government to keep up the early stage exploration and let's build on that. Because for us to kick off the grassroots exploration is extremely expensive and it's not a very rewarding process. I think, you know, we have the right personalities, we have the right personnel to build on what the government is doing. And I think if that continues, then there'll be more success stories coming out of Nigeria.
Yeah, I do solemnly agree, but I disagree when you say Thor hasn't put Nigeria on the map, because it actually has. On my travels, this is what has been the focus of discussions as far as Nigeria is concerned. Becoming a jurisdiction, it has been about Thor. And it's very critical. You know, for someone like myself, I mean, I need to have a story to tell. And it's been difficult in previous years because, you know, they say, well, point to something. What's going on there? Nothing's going on there. It's just Total and Mobil and Shell. So this is very important. So, you know, we totally applaud that. Ida, I come to you with a personal question also. Using South African numbers, it says women represent 15% of the mining labor force. It says 16% in top management, 17% in senior management, 18% technical professionals. I also understand that the pay gap is substantial. I want to hear from you as regards what constitutes of gender gap and what can be done to close this gap. And in the same fell swoop, I play devil's advocate and say, why should the gender gap be closed?
Ok, merci beaucoup. Donc, si je comprends bien la question, c'est par rapport à la présence ou bien la participation des femmes dans ce secteur, le fait qu'elles soient faiblement représentées dans ce secteur et le gap qui existe entre les hommes et peut-être l'explication. Donc déjà, le secteur minier de manière générale a toujours été un secteur à prédominance masculine. Et ça, c'est en fait, il y a plusieurs raisons.
There are different reasons, several reasons. First of all, is the fact
les femmes ou bien les jeunes filles ne s'intéressent pas souvent, par exemple, au métier de la mine ou aux filières scientifiques. Donc ça, c'est la base. Et
science generally.
Ne s'intéressent pas au métier des patients.
In this work of science,
au niveau
that does not accord them the
masse critique de femmes qui permettra par exemple de travailler dans les entreprises. Ça, c'est pour les femmes qui sont dans l'industrie de manière générale. Pour les femmes qui sont, par exemple, au niveau des communautés ou bien au niveau de l'artisanat minier, en général, ils sont un peu par rapport à la tradition, à l'aspect culturel,
on the cultural aspects, yes, tradition, there are considerations. Consider academic conditions.
En général, dans ces milieux,
in these neighborhood, in these areas, the women
droit à la parole. La femme ne doit pas aller travailler tout le temps sur d'orpaillage. Elle doit rester
on this track. They have to stay in the house to work, to cook and do some other things.
Ou bien la femme doit être reléguée au second plan, ne doit pas avoir accès à la terre. Donc là, il y a l'aspect culturel, par exemple.
And that's the cultural aspect and traditional aspect that we're talking about.
Cette stéréotype et les dynamiques sociales repousse par exemple ce genre qui est la femme ou bien le genre féminin et les exclut par exemple de ces classes-là sociales. Il n'y a pas très souvent de politique qui sont sensibles aux gens pour accompagner ces femmes-là. L'intervention, on le fait de manière générale, mais ce n'est pas très souvent orienté gender. Ce n'est pas par exemple au niveau des communautés, les femmes ne siègent pas au niveau de ces instances de prise de décision. Donc la participation, le fait qu'il n'y ait pas de politique très claire et orientée genre, le fait qu'il n'y ait pas de développement ou bien du côté local ou bien du secteur de manière générale avec une approche orientée. Le fait qu'il n'y ait pas très souvent des données désagrégées sur le genre, ça peut renforcer la vulnérabilité de ces femmes-là. Et en général aussi, le fait que ces sites miniers sont des sites qui sont un peu éloignés, c'est la condition même féminine de la femme. Parce qu'avec la maternité, la femme doit jouer pleinement son rôle de femme, pouvoir produire, pouvoir faire des enfants. Et des fois, ce n'est pas très souvent évident, alors que l'homme, par exemple, des fois, ces mêmes conditions physiques ne pèsent pas sur l'homme. Les considérations socio-économiques des fois ne pèsent pas sur l'homme. Et donc, je pense que c'est une solution. D'abord, une volonté politique, parce que c'est les politiques qui doivent être déjà claires pour accompagner en fait ces femmes-là. Au Sénégal, nous avons commencé à peut-être relever les défis parce que dans le code minier de 2016, il y a des dispositions spécifiques sur le genre qui permettent non seulement pour les femmes qui sont en entreprise de promouvoir leurs droits, de promouvoir l'équité salariale par exemple, et pour les femmes qui sont au niveau des communautés ou bien dans l'artisanat minier, d'inciter les compagnies à pouvoir intégrer dans le programme de développement des projets d'autonomisation de la femme pour qu'elle puisse, elle aussi, bénéficier en fait de ces retombées. Et elles doivent bénéficier de ces retombées parce qu'aujourd'hui, au Sénégal, par exemple, et je pense que c'est la plupart des pays africains, les femmes sont la population majoritaire. Au Sénégal, c'est presque plus de 51% de femmes contre 40% d'hommes. Donc, une population majoritaire ne peut pas aussi être minorité. Minorité, par exemple, dans le partage de ressources ou bien de revenus qui appartiennent à eux. Donc, je pense que c'est d'abord une volonté politique, c'est des politiques aussi de soutien qui doivent être gender mainstreaming ou bien gender sensitive, et aussi des approches communautaires ou bien au niveau des populations, le changing perception for changing life, parce que c'est un mot en fait. Il faut qu'on change les perceptions pour pouvoir changer en fait la vie de manière générale. Et toujours aussi accompagner les jeunes filles à travers, par exemple, des programmes de mentorat pour les inciter à mieux de mentorat avec plus de 500 jeunes filles que nous accompagnons au métier de la mine et aussi de manière générale pour préparer les opportunités sociales.
Thank you so much, Ida. I'll move on to the next question, next topic, I'd say. It's as regards the artisanal and small-scale mining sector. Many years ago, a bunch of claims in Kimberley, South Africa was worked by artisanal miners. These claims went on to become the internationally acclaimed De Beers, courtesy of the controversial Cecil Rhodes. This suggests in part that concerted cultivation from government agencies relates to ASM could be the harbinger toward economic discoveries. Governments towards the sector that may ultimately give rise to another discovery on the scale of a De Beers. Segun, I would like to hear your thoughts on this one.
Well, not just Kimberley in South Africa. I would say a large percentage of the gold mines in West Africa have been discovered following artisanal work. They have their understanding and tools that have been proven for almost over 100 years. So there's definitely untapped value in the work these artisanals do to convert these into global standard resources. The flip side of this is that a lot of the practices they perform aren't necessarily best practice in terms of health and safety, the personnel they use, the damage to the environment. And I think the government has, over the last couple of years, tried to see how they can formalize this sector and organize them, because I think if they can do that successfully, there can be some kind of monitoring or quality standard of their activity. I think this value can be unlocked. And then this leads into one of your earlier questions. Using their information and, for example, mapping their trends, their veins, their excavations, superimposing them onto geological maps, onto electromagnetic maps, is extremely useful for any company. It's because even a tool as simple as Google Earth, you can follow these trends, and that can lead into something else. So the two key points from me on this are, number one, organizing and setting standards for the artisanal mining as much as possible, if it is possible. And number two, the use of their information and creating a database where it can be used for interested parties as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Ida, what are your thoughts on this? What sort of support interventions would you want to see from our West African governments that could become the enabling factor in discovering, the next big thing? Just as Segun just mentioned, the artisanal works are always quite pivotal if you know what you're doing, if you know how to use the data and manipulate it right. But of course, governments continues to be the bedrock of everything. So, they have to have the organization and whatnot. What are your thoughts on that? What would you want to see them doing? Aida, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
You didn't catch my question?
Juste que mon problème, c'est que lui, quand il parle et quand vous traduisez, je n'entends rien. Donc, le mieux, c'est qu'après sa question, que vous puissiez directement me
faire la traduction. OK.
La question, en fait.
OK. Il a dit, quel développement attendez-vous de la part, quelle intervention attendez-vous de la part du gouvernement et de la part des partenaires pour que l'industrie puisse se développer en plus dans les prochaines années, dans les années à venir? Et parce que les artisanats, ils jouent des rôles très importants. Vous m'entendez? Quelles sont les interventions que vous attendez de la part du gouvernement et de la part des partenaires pour que l'industrie puisse se développer, pour qu'il y ait le progrès dans l'industrie dans les années à venir, surtout dans le fait que dans l'industrie minière.
Just repeat.
Okay. So,
dans l'industrie minière, parce que les artisanats sont importants.
Small scale artisanal miners, if well organized, they can lead to very significant discoveries of projects. De Beers is an example from South Africa. This was worked by small scale artisanal miners. Several claims down the line, it became De Beers. So the question is, so that clearly indicates that if these artisanal miners are well guided, they could actually lead you to something significant down the track. What would you want to see from African governments? Interventions that could enable this sort of occurrence, in a more steady fashion.
Ce qu'elle a dit, c'est que les artisanats jouent des rôles importants dans la découverte des ressources minières. Donc, quelle intervention suggérez-vous? Parce que si les artisanats sont bien coordonnés et bien organisés, c'est-à-dire ils vont contribuer incontestablement à l'augmentation et même à la remontée des produits miniers. Donc, quelle intervention pourriez-vous suggérer de la part du gouvernement et tout ça? Indeed,
parce qu'en fait, si
je vois a lot of work. For example, those for the Sénégal,
cette année,
doing a lot of work. That is
the year de 2019.
the report of Stones dancing.
à hauteur de 0,0.
The employability is about 0.05.
Dans le secteur de l'artisanat minier,
in the sector of mining,
en fait, est beaucoup.
The rate of has increased. The rate of employment has increased. More than 30 million people who are employed in a site of exploration, mineral exploration.
Quand même au développement ou bien aux
indicateurs
économiques
in the economic indicators of development.
L'activité n'est pas formalisée, c'est ça en fait qui.
It's not formalized yet. That's what does not allow us
en fait,
to capitalize indeed the rise and to lead a kind of change of localization.
Doit faire d'abord,
the government can do is first
la formalisation
de la formalization of mining and season.
Le fait aussi que ces sites d'artisanat minier, en général, c'est des sites qui se trouvent au niveau des zones d'exploitation des entreprises. Fait que des fois,
exploitation zone of organizations and economic and conflict.
L'artisanat minier,
there must be organization of
le gouvernement a fait, c'est à travers des couloirs d'orpaillage. Ils ont défini des couloirs d'orpaillage et c'est dans ces
corridors of payage, in these corridors,
qui ont des cartes professionnelles ont le droit, par exemple, de travailler. Donc la formalisation, l'octroi d'orpaillage,
grants of and the support,
de production innovante,
mechanisms of innovative mechanisms of production,
de produits verts qui ne sont
pas utilisation of green energy,
du mercure ou bien de la cyanure, ça peut porter préjudice non seulement à l'environnement, mais à la santé. Donc il y a l'encadrement juridique avec la formalisation, il y a l'encadrement institutionnel avec l'organisation du travail,
and also feedback.
Des centres aussi de suivre l'activité, ça permet aussi d'encadrer, mais aussi que nos États puissent avoir des accords.
Des
accords par exemple entre États.
Bilateral agreements.
Le fait de vouloir encadrer l'OPA, c'est difficile. C'est parce qu'en général, c'est plusieurs nationalités.
It is a national thing that comes together in its zone.
Régler le problème de leur péage. Il faut des visions communes entre nos États, par exemple, les pays qui sont frontaliers, comment ensemble, avec aussi les instances de la CEDEAO, de définir des accords qui permettraient de faciliter davantage l'organisation et la également de faire en sorte qu'au-delà même de leur péage, qui leur permet
development of mechanisms that will allow them to have a part of the resources the returns and also to transmission in place as regard value, and that will have a lot of impact, and the company should also liberate some part of the production and to the profit to these members of the community in order to work very well.
Et diversifier aussi les offres, parce que ce n'est pas seulement leur péage qu'il faut faire, il faut promouvoir
the market to promote also other services like agriculture. So they said that
c'est pourquoi ils s'adonnent pareil.
Donc
il faut diversifier le secteur.
We have to diversify into other sectors, agriculture and the business management.
Le secteur minier, les services en tout cas qui génère le plus de revenus, c'est le service de la prestation de services. Donc, dans la prestation de services, il faut financer le contenu local. Et dans ce financement local, il faudrait donner des opportunités aux acteurs locaux, aux investisseurs locaux, aux entrepreneurs locaux, en leur accompagnant non seulement par des renforcements de capacités, mais également en leur accompagnant par l'amélioration
in the improvement of the quality.
Sorry, Ida, I'm hearing that's all the time we have. Sorry about that. I'm sure we'll continue some other time. It's been great talking. Ida Diop, Sheikh Melosin, thank you very much for this session.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Merci, Ida.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Gold Week Africa. Earlier on, we were talking about gold mining projects, and I think we had a good engagement with Tim and Shegun and Aida. Now, we're over to some excitement, and we're talking gold and silver as investment and money. But the way we're going through this is a conversation here. Gold as a thread linking investment and fintech. We're going to be having Nicole Yembra, who is the founder and managing partner, the Chrysalis Company. Let me give you her intro. Nicole Yembra is the founder and managing partner of the Chrysalis Company, which houses Chrysalis Capital, a new $50 million Africa and Diaspora Tech Investment Fund. She serves as the Chief Financial Officer at Venture Garden Group and managing partner at Greenhouse Capital, the VGG investment arm until about February 2019. At VGG, she was responsible for investor relations and the financial strategy of the 7 technology companies under its umbrella as they serve public and private clients across the aviation, power, education, financial services, and social investment sectors. At Greenhouse, she fostered the growth of their 14 portfolio companies at the forefront of using technology to solve real African problems. With Flutterwave, she had her first exit at 7.5x initial investment. She brings experience from working in private and Fortune 500 companies to identify, ideate, implement, and invest in companies through seed and series stage building technology, innovating around the bottom pillars of human needs: food, health, utilities, water, air, shelter, employment, and the money to pay for it all, financial inclusion. Let me say something extra. That's now the formal. I read this for everyone because that's formal, but Nicole is not a stranger to me. The real reason why Nicole is here is because Nicole is a game changer. She's truly a maverick. She just changes the game of everything she touches. She's a true disruptor. And Nicole, what I love about you, I'm throwing you off. I know, I'm throwing you off, but just take it. You heard her profile. What did she say? She uses technology to change everything for Africa. And one thing I noticed is that you looked at every sector, but you didn't look at gold. And I know you didn't look at gold because whatever, but the truth is, you can look at anything, and you just bring a very simple, strategic way of looking at things and getting to the bottom of things. So I've thrown you off, but this, for me, I want you to know why she's here, because Nicole is about to really enter this world of gold. Now, almost every woman has a story about gold. First jewelry gifts, a memory, your mother, you know, our mothers, we have these stories. And speaking of gold, we're having this conversation, and I remember you just almost sort of like sighed. You were recently on vacation in Dubai. I know you didn't go there to do anything about gold. You went on vacation, but where did you end up in Dubai? Yeah. So what were you saying again?
Yeah, so I was saying, I got to see gold in a couple of different ways. Not just, oh, it's really pretty jewelry that you're there and you're buying, but things that they used a couple of seasons ago, right? Taking that and going in and saying, based off of the weight on this time, we're trading this in. If you get it in cash, it's worth this. So it really was like the currency, using old gold to get new gold, which is different for me because I'd never spent time with them in those markets. But it was just fascinating seeing all the different types, seeing how they just, it was interesting, right? Just seeing it as truly as currency with the way it was in the olden days, if you will, before we're, coming now to our fiat and digital currencies.
And a lot of people in Nigeria are really still trying to wrap their mind around the fact that there's gold in Nigeria. Gold mining is real. An earlier presentation had Segilola, and we were all in awe just to really see a proper mine, like overhead, all the production work. Like, it's not talk. Nigeria is now becoming a gold mining destination. But other people just understand gold and appreciate jewelry. They don't really make much of a connection. Like there's gold that's mined, there's jewelry. They don't think of it as money. They don't get gold as an investment or consider how it could even revolutionize our economy. But what have you discovered about the present gold ecosystem in Nigeria and the region? Any discoveries?
Yeah, so in looking, at the whole ecosystem, like there's things that you start looking at, you understand a little bit more. So if I go into just even regular money, if you will, start understanding the evolution of the banking systems to when there were switches that enabled us to go from one to another to when there's now gateways. And, well, if there's a switch, why is a gateway necessary? Well, because of these integrations, et cetera. You start seeing how everybody fits. Well, if you have the gateway, why do you need the card processors? Well, then why do you need these other? You start seeing all these different players. And it's been that same thing learning about stuff with gold. And it is a sort of sadness, too, because you think about Nigeria creating, like, getting oil, but then we don't do anything with it along the value chain. And so also looking at gold, like we're starting to mine it, but we're not thinking about all the different steps that actually add real value, right? And all these other markets that don't even produce gold, it's running huge parts of their economy. So how do you start saying which parts of the value chain can I bring here? How was, even an InterSwitch able to say, yes, there's Visa and MasterCard, but there's going to be Verve too, right? And it also now becomes one of the largest cards used in Nigeria and across Africa. That was an idea. That was a part of saying, along this value chain, there are people that have a monopoly. We can build something too, and it's something that's able to stand tall and be dominant, right? How are we able to say it's not just the international gateways you want to process in Africa, plug into us? So the thing about understanding the value chain and knowing where is money actually made, what are the actual problems along that value chain, and how can we go about plugging that? So from refining to even just like the education of what those processes are, showing how it makes people's lives easier. I think those are things that are really cool that I'm starting to learn about, gold itself, and take it again from that olden day, like we saw here. It's like, oh, here's gold coins, here's gold in bars. I'm not going to go to a market and hand a gold bar, but what can I do to digitize that? The same way, technically, the money I'm transferring from one account is digital. There's supposed to be cash somewhere, but it's really digital. So how can gold kind of still be in that space as well?
Oh my God, that's awesome. You're already solving the problems and talking about the value chain and saying, where can money be made? What did you say? Where can we plug in? Where are the switches? And exactly. This is just what we were hoping you were going to identify, to say, and a lot of people, like I said, my brain works very differently from yours. People come and they ask and they say, where can we plug in? How can we get involved? And I freeze. And I say, well, we're mining gold, and then there's all this stuff. And I love it that you've just come and used the language that they've been looking to hear, which is, where can we come in? Thank you. So, as an investor, pretty much now, who'd want to participate in the value chain, what kind of data would we need to have for them or want to have? What data would excite you? What kind of available statistics so far have you seen that would encourage you or that are encouraging?
So I would break investors down into a couple of buckets, right? There's investors that are looking at gold as a business, so the actual industry. So it's the ugly mines, it's the process, like the physical actual gold, the process of creating and melding. Like there's that whole as a business. And there's new age type of investors which view it from the investment, like truly as an investment, right? It's a form of currency. It's a form of value. It's a form of value that doesn't, like, is not susceptible to inflation, really. Like gold is a great long-term investment. There's two sides. So I'll answer a little bit of both. First, as a physical business, as an industry, you need to understand even how big it is. And earlier what we said, where are the places that people make money? So when I was, having a chat with Neri, she's like, do you know about this in Madugri? And do you know what's in Conde? There's 10,000 customers. I was like, I did not know any of this. Like, you're literally like, where are the customers? How much is even produced? What is this market size? So not what is that size globally, but in the regions that you're talking about, how big is it? How big of a problem is it to solve, and what market share do you think you can reasonably go after with your skill set? So if you're building a refinery, If you literally say the barriers to entry are XYZ high, and I've been able to cross over this, and this market is this large, easy, right? But if you're saying the barriers to entry is somebody can wake up and decide to do this, and the market is that we're all now fighting for some little bitty pie, less appealing, right? Start understanding again the demand for this. So people looking at it, all the different outputs of what this can be. So do you really think it's a business that is slow and steady because there's a particular type of investor for that? Or do you think the business is one that's rapid scale and we're getting to billion-dollar, companies in a short period of time? There's different types of investors for that. So as a business, then also be able to say my solution, the way I'm viewing it, the skill set that I have as a business to view this part of the value chain is unique, and I'm one of the best people to solve it. So why back you, right, in that particular space? So what unique insight do you have to the market? What unique corner of the market do you have? Like if you are the one that says, I have everything on the island, whatever. So, okay, everybody knows that everything in this space is yours. So that's something you've cornered. Or I'm viewing the space in this way, this particular type of gold, I have a lock on this, something unique, right, that makes them back you. So that's gold as a business. Now, if you're looking at it as an investor, now this opens up a whole pool. It opens up the pool the same way one of my portfolio companies, Bamboo, launched and enabled Nigerians and soon other Africans to trade on the U.S. Stock Exchange. Now, fundamentally, what is stock in the U.S. Stock Exchange? Like, you're not going into Amazon and be like, hey, give me this and da-da-da. Like, you believe that Amazon will grow, so you buy Amazon stock. You believe that Apple will innovate, so you buy, Apple stock, and you keep going up and down. Tesla, you think that Elon Musk is God for some reason, so this is how you keep buying the stock, and the price keeps going up. It's a belief, it's a faith in that underlying industry. So you sitting here on this side as a general investor, I don't want to hold gold blocks. I don't want to hold coins. There's a reason that stopped being our primary money. But how can you digitize that, right? How can you find ways that the same way Bamboo lets me pick Amazon and Apple, it lets me pick gold from different regions, or it lets me pick, whatever this is, like whether it's in trading gold, whether it's all these kinds of things. How do you create it as a digital asset similar to other like cryptocurrencies, similar to, all these to stock, to all these other things that I can do and pick, and that now opens up a whole pool. So I'm thinking my diversified portfolio has real estate, it has some stock, it has some this, and it has gold, which I know is essentially, free from inflation, essentially something that will hold value forever, and it gives me kind of this risk balance approach. So again, viewing it gold as a business, I'm in the industry, I'm building along the value chain. Here's how large this is, here's how large this problem opportunity is, here's the unique insight I have into this business, here's the unique value I'm adding. There's a whole group of investors for that, but making it just even open to everyone. A reason too Bamboo did well was they enabled fractional stock. So you didn't need, to have the full, I don't know what the Apple share price is today, but let's say it was $200. You don't need to have $200. If you had $20, you could own a fraction of the company. So how do you take that gold bar, digitize it, and make it fractional so I can even own a piece?
I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to catch my breath here. I'm taking notes. I was meant to be talking with Nicole, but I'm taking a lot of notes. I hope you guys are taking a lot of notes. Let's go to Bamboo. I'll connect it to gold, but not so much, because I'm happy you went there. Bamboo just really fascinates me. It's really, back to when I said she's a maverick. You came along and you just found this, I wouldn't even call it a tool. I think you found this switch, this gateway, this need, and Bamboo just came and filled it. And you said the thing that I really love about Bamboo, which is that it allows you to invest in fractions. And that's very unique. Could you tell me a bit more about Bamboo and just how that has revolutionized things, the ability to invest fractionally?
So the need for Bamboo was less about, people want to invest in stock. Like, that's a good story to tell. Own a piece of your favorite company. That's a great story. But it really came from Naira being worthless. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. I'm in Nigeria. My bad. But it really came from looking at how devaluation was happening and people are earning it. You're still earning in Naira. There's not companies here that are paying you dollar. So how do you even shore up that wealth? If you took 1 million Naira, in 2016, and put it in the bank, your interest that you're earning on savings is even less than inflation. By the time you even adjust for that plus devaluation, like you've lost money. So how can you take that and increase the potential value that people have, right? And so the one way of doing that is dollarizing. So unless you were changing the dollars every second and holding all that part of money, you know, what else could you do that not just protected it from devaluation and inflation, but also helped your money grow? And so an avenue for that was stocks. It was stocks on a stable exchange like the US stock exchange, right? The idea being, again, in the future, open up to a bunch of asset classes, to different types of real estate, to different types of all kinds of different asset classes, but giving you an opportunity to get that. Now, you have to now think about income levels in a bunch of African countries, what some of these stocks are worth, you know, on a per share basis. It's a lot for someone to say, I'm putting my entire income into this, but you want to own a small piece. So we knew we couldn't do it without having fractional ownership as part of this entire story, right? And so it came from a need of people want to not just protect their income but grow it for their future. People, you know, can only do it incrementally, so how do we help them do that? And how do we just open up their eyes and mindset to all these different possibilities? And what we've seen in the last 18 months has been insane. Like for Bamboo, the number of users, it's a multi-million-dollar company. I think our last valuation is like 20 million at this point from company started 18 months ago. But just the immense value it's added to people's lives. People have been able, and the best part too is like seeing a process that works. People have put their money in, and some people just test and be like, let me take money out. And they take their money out and it comes back to them when it's supposed to, right? But it took a bunch of technology from, you know, people in the US going over all the regulatory hurdles, working with other technology partners on the continent like Flutterwave, working through all the regulation, doing all of those tiny pieces, but it actually just works. And that was very key, that there's trust in the system, that when I want to withdraw, I can, and I'm going to follow those rules. So you have to be able, same thing if you're thinking about transitioning to gold, like I invested in that thing, but if I want to sell, I can sell and I get my money back. That now increases trust in the system, right? And we now see more people choose that as an avenue to manage their assets.
I mean, what I love about this discussion, I know we've kind of left gold for a second, but it's all the same, and let me tell you why. Because this whole session, we're talking about investment, money, and security. That's really what we're talking about. And I remember when I first heard about Bamboo, I had goosebumps, and here's why. I'm not trying to force a gold connection, but you have. It's this whole idea that there's something people wish they could do to invest, to they have money, they have Naira, they're seeing the rate at which, you know, the Naira's buying power is reducing, and you're thinking, what can you do? Well, I wish I could buy stock there, but I mean, all the wahala, you know, as Nigerian, you can't even get to PayPal, they'll block you. I mean, there's all those hurdles. Where do you start? And you came and solved those problems. And I don't know about people, but I have a strong appreciation for the problems you solved, because we're trying to solve that in gold. Now, what I also appreciate about this is the fractional, because what we started dreaming of, like gold retail, was how could people buy a gram of gold, 2 grams of gold, buy 1 gram as you can, and just keep saving and that's the exact same kind of. So what I found that really just gave me goosebumps was, I just kind of felt like I was seeing something where we were looking and saying, how could you give anyone at any income level the opportunity to have the same access to the US stock market? Now we're saying to gold or to silver. And literally, I feel like what you did with Bamboo is that just through your, I'll say it in a nice way, experiences, with what you guys are doing in this fintech space, you just made Africa have access, you know, to what we never had access to before. And I just really wanted to commend that. So I know we're talking gold, but if everyone knows this about me, it's really about empowerment and the economy. So for you, if gold is not for you, but you remember there's a lot of synergy here. People are looking at gold because you're thinking, how do I protect against inflation? And there are other options. If gold is not your thing, please, Bamboo. Okay. Now, let me kind of come back to this gold discussion. So you already said something earlier, gold as investment and without the clunk. That's the real issue. And you said digitize, digitize, digitize. So how do you see people getting the opportunity to diversify their investment portfolios here in West Africa to include gold? You already kind of talked about this with Bamboo. You could buy Amazon stock fractionally. That already exists through Bamboo. How do you see that opportunity somehow, creatively, you're a strategic thinker, to be able to give people that opportunity to do that for gold and having that in their portfolio?
So again, when you're viewing investment and trading, right? It all happened in stages. Especially, as funny part is talking to a lot of even Nigerian investors. They still prefer real estate versus me going to them with a tech company, because it's something they can see and touch. They know that where the house is, they know where the land is, like, versus tech. Your thing is in the cloud. How can I, if you make me angry, how can I stop it from the cloud? Like, they can't, right? So like there's this whole thing. But that evolution of them putting money into businesses like in real estate, etc., being able to get returns was the first part of this whole investment introduction, right? It's how you get passive income, maybe by rent, maybe by other things. Now, gold, I don't think has the, I guess just even given just the economy where we are, doesn't have the time to go through the stages of, here's gold, this physical gold, you've held it, it's in your safe, it's gone through here, you've made returns from it, you've done, here's this evolution. It kind of does have to skip over a bit, right? So I think for the people that can create like a way to the way that the exchange, the U.S. stock exchange, like there's a physical exchange, it's all around you, but how can they come together to say the value of gold that we have here is $1 billion? The value that you have here is this. We will physically house it for you. We will physically, if you ever are around, you can stop by and see. If you want certificates, like there's things that people have gotten good with certificates, right? Like of being able to say, this is what this piece is. But the good thing about gold versus even like fiat or some of these other things is you can't ever physically go and touch that thing. At least gold has that advantage of comfort, right? And being able to do that. But I think if you're able to create, this is the amount we have, right, as this. So your $100 is worth this. I don't know what a gram is worth, so it's hard to me. $57. Okay, so I can give you can get 2 grams if you go here and run me 114 bucks, right? Like, so that's how I'm going to hand this to you. You give me this much, right? But I don't have to go and hold it. I don't have to physically do that. Now, imagine a world now where I think on my Apple Pay, people were saying I can use crypto, for example, now. Like, they just launched that. Imagine being able to access my gold wallet, right? The cash that I have on here. It becomes another form of currency, becomes another form, like just like everything else. But the good thing, the real thing is it's less susceptible in the short term of
And we're back. Power outage. Speaking of power, I saw your portfolio, Nicole. I don't know if you guys have got to power yet, but I do know you've done health, and helium is doing very well. If you could say a bit about helium, and when you're done, power is a problem. Please tell me if you have any plans for power after you tell us about helium.
Yeah, Helium Health is a company that like I absolutely love, and it was interesting watching them grow over the last 4 years. When I met them, they were like, you know, they wanted to solve the data problem in healthcare. That was actually their main thing was, you know, if you go to one hospital, they have paper records. You go to the next one, you don't have your records from the past one. How do you know what you're allergic to? How do you, like, there's no medical history. So they thought that they would just connect everything. And they realized that you can't connect paper to paper. So they had to go all the way back and build the system. So they did this. They drove around Nigeria. They went to like 100 different hospitals across like states that I had never even thought about before to figure out how to solve that need, and then built a product that was so clean, mimics the simplicity of social media, so people didn't have to have advanced degrees to know how to use it, and started collecting hundreds of thousands of data points. So at this point, you know, it's over, I think, like 200-something thousand patient data, largest electronic medical records provider in West Africa. But from that, how do you now build products on top? So how do you now help, say, in what we've noticed from our hospitals is that 80% of people pay out of pocket. Whereas if you go in the US, there's insurance. If you go to other countries, there's public sector that's paying. But here, it's the individuals themselves. So how do we create a new healthcare lending product to help you pay for insurance? So when you have an accident, you go, they're not saying bring money first before we treat you. If you have a Helium account, they can start treating you, and you know that you can pay for that over time. You start thinking again, how do you work with medication? So there's symptoms that could say someone has, you know, the likelihood of getting a blood clot because of this type of thing. How do you get smart about prescribing them medicine, right, that you know will help save their lives in the future? So it started out as just like, oh, let's just connect data points to we can actually solve a lot of problems around money. So I love fintech because everything has to do with, you eventually have to pay for everything. So unless your business or your service is just like, come one, come all, take and keep going, fintech isn't everything. So in how you pay for healthcare and how you pay for everything, your livelihood, you know, just everything is how it links. And in this COVID pandemic, they've been able to support a lot of healthcare facilities offering testing by, you know, putting on online booking, being able to collect the payments, being able to move money across the system, and that gives the government the money they need to continue to help its citizens, right? And you're getting that cash a lot sooner, all of those types of things. But it's just really cool to see them solve for patients, for providers, for governments, for regulators, for everyone, and really try to move Africa towards like a data-driven and, you know, healthcare system.
I mean, what I love about this is just what you said. It's about the data. There was a data issue and going around connecting. And people who keep, maybe if you still don't get the connection, everything, the whole problem solving, because pretty much it's like you've solved the problem for Nigeria, for Africa. The same thing back to the fractional. How do you pay for healthcare? Small by small. You know, how can I invest small by small? And the same thing we had to do really for gold. When we were doing a lot of research, then we didn't think of it as fintech, but now we get it. We went digital. We were trying to figure out how do we connect with the artisanal miners in the bush? How do we get them to market? How do we price? At the end of the day, technology has just really been that game changer. So fintech really, in bridging past traditions and future, technology has been the opportunity for Africa to catch up with world development. It's allowed quantum leap in telecommunication and even banking. I'm going to make a very long statement here because I'm trying to make a point that I want Nicole to powwow us through. The established gold market centers in the world are Dubai, London, Hong Kong, Singapore, India, and China. Most of them don't even produce these resources, but have established themselves as gold finance and market centers. West Africa produces gold. The regional cultures value gold, and Nigerians have a huge appetite for luxury and investment. Given that fintech has deconstructed the traditional world of finance and actually a lot more things, everything we've talked about, how do you see fintech possibly playing that role to build the region into a gold market center like other world market centers? How can tech and fintech in particular help Africa catch up in the gold market?
So my favorite thing about technology is exactly what you said. It's really an equalizer, right? It gives people, sectors, et cetera, a chance to catch up in a way that you physically cannot in a short amount of time. So even take power, which you asked about earlier, to go and connect everyone to a central grid would take billions and billions of dollars to even happen, and a ton more years. But by using solar and creating these microgrids, mini grids, like it's a way that it kind of jumps around that. And yes, you have the physical system, but a properly managed system like the ones that RenSource has. So there, you talked about the Savongari market in Kano. So RenSource has their system in the Savongari market, right? So a lot of the stalls there are actually powered by RenSource, and they can pay for power on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, or a monthly basis. So fractional again, ability to do power, right? How do you take from having a grid to literally creating this whole new thing? You can manage it. You can tell when people have system downtimes. My office runs on RenSource system, so you'll never see power flicker, you'll never see internet flicker, because when it switches from grid on and off, RenSource system stays on the entire time. And then, so it's like, oh, the gen's on. Oh, it's grid. Like, we don't really know because we have the seamlessness, right? They can monitor all of that because of technology. So it's beyond, oh, there's a solar system and it's powering these little bitty things. Like, they can run entire grids. They can run an entire market like they do in Kano, right? And so as I'm thinking about technology, I think in every sector, just viewed as an equalizer, viewed as a way to catch up. But when you think about fintech, the first step is always the data. It's less actually even the payment. It's really the data. If you don't know, then you're not going to build. If you came and you were like, oh, the banking sector in Nigeria, there's these large commercial banks. No one would know that you could have both a Paystack and a Flutterwave and all these other gateways that could all grow to be billion-dollar companies in and of themselves. Because you don't think about how big is this market. When you think about, oh, there's all these SMEs, but how much money are they really moving? How much are they? Until you actually start seeing transaction data and you're seeing billions moving through, and you're like, whoa, this is actually worth doing, right? And then you start, when you're not gonna fight nibs. It's just nibs, it's fine. Until you start being like, wait, they're moving how much money? Okay, bet. I'm gonna build my own. I'm gonna build a switch. I'm gonna build a thing that plugs in because I can do this part better. I can do this part cheaper. Until there was data from nibs that told you how many times your transactions failed, how many POS devices are there, how many cards. Until you had all of those data, you didn't know that you could build on it. So what Gold has to do, this whole sector has to do, is be able to provide data about all the different areas that are the things that are problems, the things that are opportunities, how much people are willing to pay to solve or eliminate those problems, and that's now something that's huge. So technology, being able to collect data, being able to know that these mines are producing X amount per time, here's how much faster this can do this refining piece, here's how much cheaper this can be if the entire process is done domestically versus, domestic then international, then here's how you fit in the value chain. Data, right, now makes people excited about it, and technology is a way to get that data and information out to everyone.
Okay. I am just going to move to questions, Nicole, because I told you that if we stay on the discussion, the questions are flying in. By the way, Red, could you tell me about that power solution? RenSource. RENT.
RenSource, RenSource Energy.
RenSource Energy. Okay. Are you guys connected to that?
Yeah.
Okay. RenSource. Okay. We need that. Here's a question. When comparing stocks and gold, how would you assess the relative volatility in today's market, as well as the potential risks over the reward?
So both of them in the short term are can be volatile, right? Because there's a finite amount, there's all the things that lead to volatility. The difference that we're seeing, at least in my opinion, stock and gold is not seen as being owned by a person. Gold is not seen as like having certain performance indicators. So when Elon Musk tweets something, Tesla stock is up and down. When Jeff Bezos has good or bad day, something up or down. Like with stock, it's very tied to the individual, it's tied to the company. Like literally, if Apple says we're going to, sell 1 billion AirPods and they only sell 990 million, oh my God, it's the end. And then it's up and down. But gold is not owned by a person. So for that reason, it's more stable, right? For that reason, one person, I guess, unless you have like huge cabals, which you may tell me about, but like it's not influenced and swayed. So for that reason, it's a better way to protect your wealth, right? Than to grow it quickly in the short term, at least for me, because it's not easily swayed. It's going a lot by the market, and there's that stability there. But I think any healthy portfolio should be diversified, right? You should have things that you're holding for the long run. You should have things that are more short term, just like you should, even with stocks, there's like day stocks and day trading versus things that you're holding for a longer period of time. If you are playing around with Bitcoin, you are a lot smarter if you held on to it versus if you were doing these trades and trying to, get out really quickly on these things. So I think viewing it as another asset class to add to this wide range portfolio, but knowing that it is less susceptible to human whims, if you will, and up and downs in the market over time, simply because it's not going to easily sway because one person tweeted something crazy.
Great. I think you answered another question connected to that. This is a good future, maybe. Someone asked, do you think that tokenized gold could eventually end up being listed on Bamboo as a commodity?
I mean, I think tokenized gold can be listed on not even just Bamboo, but on a bunch of platforms, right? On Robinhood in the U.S., on whatever people used to trade, different asset classes, right? So everything that we're trading that's on an exchange started from an idea to then become something else. So why do you have, REITs and things that are, or ETFs that are bundles of different types of, like these are all different asset classes that were created, that were introduced, that people found interesting, and then they were listed and made available for the public. So if we find a way to go and say, take all of these, create these tokens, here's what it's backed by, here's what all of these things are, why not? It becomes another asset class, right? So because it is an asset, of course it can be listed eventually once people figure out a way to create that direct link.
Okay. Can I give you a bunch of questions together? Or do you want to? Okay. All right. So one question here says, how exactly is gold a part of fintech? Another question says, is actual gold a good store of value in digital? Okay, you answered that. Volatility, scrap that. What is tokenized gold? Is digital gold best for holding value or growing wealth? So I think I messed up here. Gold, how is gold a part of fintech? What is tokenized gold? Is digital gold best for holding value or growing wealth?
Okay. So it's when I say the term fintech, so some people are like, ooh, fintech, it sounds fancy. It's really not. It's just technology applied to financial. It's like the financial services industry. Financial services industry has to deal ultimately with money, right? The first version of any kind of money that we had started with your gold and your silver. So it really was just a natural evolution. If you want to call it gold tech if you want, but it's really an evolution of what money was, right? We used to trade gold, silver coins, all of those things as value, right, to pay for items. Then it went to, these things are really heavy, let's create paper money, which is easier to transport, we can print it, but all the gold is stored in a bank somewhere, like it's tied to something, there's something linking there. Then it went from, well, I can't carry, all this money and get on a plane and move to America to pay for this, so let me digitize my money. And when it's digitized, it's now moving from one to another. That's when fintech is introduced, right? It's technology enabling it to move there. It's the exact same, it's the same money, right? So fintech, gold, it's all still money that just technology is enabling. So I hope that answers that part of the question. Actually figuring out like what tokenization is, and it's you're not holding it physically. So it's really creating like something that enables you on my phone. Like all the money I have that's in my banks, that's in everything, GT is not actually holding my money into that account. Like it's created a digital version for me that I can see. But technically, there's supposed to be real money somewhere. So if I'm thinking about how I tokenize gold, there's the real asset, but then there's a digital version of that I can take a portion of it, I can use for it to buy things, I can use a store of value, all of those types of things. So we're making it seem fancy. We're saying like tokenization, but it's really taking that bar of gold and turning it into components that I can use to pay for things or invest or grow my wealth, what all of those things are. And then do I view gold, you know, to store wealth or to grow it? I think you can use it as both, but like because I think it's a little bit less risky than some of these other assets, I think it's better from like a storage perspective than it is from like an actual growth. But again, as part of your portfolio, everything is not go big or go home, you know, so there is things to help preserve your wealth and there's things to help kind of skyrocket that. So I think it can be used for both, but I would be more inclined to use it to store.
Thank you so much. Nicole, this has just been amazing. There's more questions, but there isn't time. I mentioned the question earlier, but I don't think it's really worth it. We talked about the regulatory concerns for financial inclusion. We know, like, I guess I'll phrase it in a leading question so that we don't have to seem political. But there's always a concern when things are new and understood. And I think that's the thing about fintech. There's a traditional world of even finance, and like you said, gold, silver used to be money once upon a time, even cowries. But then there's been a transition, and now I remember when cash in Nigeria, you know, every woman had cash here, dirty in the market. But now, I mean, she'll do a transfer, mobile money. Eventually, the regulatory bodies, everyone, government moves ahead. What way would you try and give an encouragement, I'm going to rephrase it, to maybe encourage traditional institutions, governments, regulators about these trends and maybe even their fears? So maybe if you could address that in a way that's encouraging.
I think, you know, when it comes to any industry that we've been part of, you do hope you get a seat at the table. But with a lot of our African governments, the best way to get a seat at the table is power. It's less about their understanding. So, and that's come a lot from international attention. So a lot of the fintechs, even health techs, et cetera, technology companies, period, have been able to attract foreign investors, foreign DFIs, foreign, et cetera, to kind of help us get through and innovate, and that's helped us get a seat at the table to be able to influence policy. Of course, naturally, you would hope that they would just reach out and want to talk about it, but if not, continue to build anyway. Continue to build, never build something that I never encourage any company to work with to build for just Nigeria or just one country ever. Like, you always build for Africa or emerging markets at the very least. So if something happens in one country, you have a balance in another. And that's why I think even, you know, this is Gold West Africa. This is not Gold Nigeria, right? Like, it is about all of these regions and how you can hopefully apply, you know, best practice from one to another. You can be, if you get closer with one person, they can be the guinea pig for something, and then others can listen in. But I think results, I think power, I think just having that kind of leverage helps you get in the door. But eventually you do hope that, because the regulators are supposed to be about protecting the people, right? Not protecting the tradition, but protecting the people, that they are able to listen, that they are able to find ways that they can help their citizens overall. So the good part is, if we start talking about gold as an asset class and where this gets to next, a lot of the battles you're trying to fight, the fintech bros have been doing it for you, and they're suffering on that one. They're doing that for the people that are going into crypto. They're doing that for the people that will have other kinds of digitized asset classes, right? And you hope that it just gets better from there, right? Definitely will take time. I think, just given all our infrastructure challenges, et cetera, and just the fear of the unknown. But you must, right? We don't have the time to go through all the different phases, industrial, and then this, and like, we don't have the luxury of doing that when the rest of the world is going forward. So just keep working.
And that is it, guys. This is Nicole Yembra. She's amazing. My favorite quote, and I don't know if this went out, is, if you don't know, you won't build. And I really think that's it. If you don't know, you won't build. And that's what we're doing here. We want people to know. I think Nicole just summarized it there. We're trying to educate people about the opportunity, look at the landscape. If you don't know, you won't build. So we want together to build this. Thank you so much. Bamboo. If you don't know about bamboo, check it out. If you don't know about just say it.
RenSource Energy.
Yeah, and helium?
And Helium Health.
Thank you. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you back at 2 o'clock for the gold as money. Let me see. Let me just say the right thing. Gold as money. Gold and silver as investment and money. So see you at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to Gold and Silver as Investment and Money. We are having Niyi Omojola, a partner with Constant Capital, who is going to be moderating this session after I'm done with the introductions. So I'm going to give you the intro for Niyi first. Chris Powell, if you guys recall, there was a dynamic part one on Monday. And so if you're going to listen to Chris now, I would advise that you listen to part one from Monday as well. Unfortunately, Chris Marcus doing the silver squeeze is over, right? Not sure anyone's aware about what's happening in Texas, power outages. So we cannot hear from Chris Marcus today. So he will get that presentation to us later. And any other presentation, I think we also missed Rion in the morning, travel disruption. So for everyone who catching up, go to our YouTube channel. All the sessions will be there, including the 2 that we've missed. So now let me introduce Niyi to you before I introduce Chris. And so what's going to happen is after Chris speaks, Niyi will take over. Niyi Omojola is a seasoned corporate finance and investment expert with transaction experience in the United States, Latin America, Australia, Europe, and Africa. He capitalizes on creativity, over 20 years of experience, a global network, and the ability to see problems from several sides and take the most effective path of action. With comprehensive expertise, Niyi has structured debt and equity instruments, raised equity and debt both for clients and as a principal, and invested in listed and unlisted debt and equity securities. His current principal investing and corporate finance activities are concentrated in financial institutions, natural resources, and consumer retail goods, although he has handled several other business areas. Previously, Niyi was a principal and private equity investor in the United States and Nigeria, with experience investing across asset classes at Liquidia National Corporation, now Jefferies Financial Group, and as an investment banker with Citigroup in New York in the consumer and retail, as well as global transportation teams. I'm going to introduce Chris Powell, who is about to do the first presentation. Chris Powell is a secretary and treasurer of the Gold Antitrust Action Committee, a US-based nonprofit educational and civil rights organization he co-founded in '99 to expose the rigging of the gold market by Western central banks and their agents. He edits the Gata Dispatch, the organization's daily newsletter. Chris Powell is also a political columnist for the journal Inquirer, a newspaper in Manchester, Connecticut, USA, where he has worked since '67. He was managing editor from 1974 through 2018. His column is published in newspapers throughout Connecticut. He also is a member of the board of directors of the Connecticut Council of Freedom of Information. So Chris's session is part 2 on gold price manipulation, why, how, and how much longer. Like I said, Chris Marcus will not be joining us because of the power outages. We'll get his sessions later. And after that, Niyi will take over with moderating. Hi, Chris.
To be with you again. Thanks for giving me a second chance. Shall I go ahead?
Go ahead. The floor is all yours.
Okay, thank you again. It's great to be with you again today. The many documents we reviewed Monday established the gold price suppression policy of Western governments, as well as its long duration. But even people unaware of those documents might easily come to suspect this policy on their own. Consider the telling action of the gold market itself. The gold price is often smashed out of the blue in the futures markets when there is no news relevant to gold particularly, or the currency markets generally. There are often waves of selling in gold futures by some entity that seems not to care about obtaining the best price for the metal it purports to be selling. An ordinary seller staggers his sales, selling a little at a time to avoid depressing the market price along the way. If you dump a lot of your asset on the market all at once, you crash the price. But careful profit maximizing selling of an asset is often not what happens with gold. Some entity frequently bombs the futures market, dumping huge amounts of futures contracts all at once, precisely to knock the price down. This is an entity that profits not from a rising price of gold, but from a falling price, and an entity that seems to have access to infinite money. Such attacks are almost certainly government interventions, likely conducted through the Bank for International Settlements and brokers representing government agencies. They knock the gold price down to keep government currencies and bonds up. There is also much counterintuitive action with the gold price. When there is some financial disaster or geopolitical crisis in the world, gold often falls instead of rises. This likely is also the result of government intervention. Consider the refusal of governments and central banks to explain. Can we go to slide 2, the slide of the U.S. Federal Reserve Building, if you've got the slides available today? Anyone who doubts Western gold price suppression policy can erase his doubt just by putting a question or two to Western governments and central banks, as Gada Long has done. Are central banks secretly involved in the gold market? Are they trading directly or through intermediaries like the BIS or investment banks? If so, what is the objective of this trading? Are they trying to manipulate currency values? Just what are they doing, for whom, and why? Why are central bank board of directors meetings and deliberations secret, if not to prevent the public and the markets from learning about secret interventions by government? Exactly what is government policy toward gold? Is there any policy, or is the government completely indifferent to the monetary metal? If you put such questions to a central bank and ever get any response, please let me know. If, as is more likely, you get no response or an evasive one, at least you'll have confirmed that a central bank doesn't want you to know what it's doing, doesn't want its own people to know what it's doing. Consider the failure of mainstream financial news organizations. While mainstream financial news organizations occasionally report about gold, their reporting is always superficial. If you follow that reporting for long, you will see that the first rule of mainstream financial journalism about gold is never put to a central bank a critical question about gold, or any question about gold for that matter. Indeed, for some time I have thought that the greatest power of Western central banking is not its power to create and deploy infinite money, but rather its ability to intimidate financial news organizations, or the innate cowardice of those organizations. For gold price suppression cannot work without deception, surreptitiousness, and misunderstanding. If mainstream financial news organizations ever exposed the scheme, investors would not participate in the markets that were being rigged, like the gold futures market. In that case, investors who wanted gold would purchase only real metal and remove it from the banking system. They would not purchase gold futures or gold supposedly held in trust for them by investment banks. Now, why are financial news organizations so negligent about gold? Partly it is because central banks and governments generally are newsmakers and can shut off the flow of news to any news organizations that offend them. And it is partly because the biggest advertisers for financial news organizations are the investment banks that themselves are agents of central banks in various markets, including the gold market. Any news organization that alienates the investment banks with critical reporting about market manipulation risks losing their advertising. Now, if we've got the slides, I can't tell here, but could we go to slide 3, the Wall Street Journal? Let me tell you about an exception that proves the rule here. In 2016, while I was attending a conference in Hong Kong, I got a telephone call from a reporter for the leading financial newspaper in the United States, the Wall Street Journal. She said she wanted to do a story about gold market manipulation. I was skeptical, having long been providing documents to her newspaper without result. But we talked at length on the phone, and I emailed her much of the documentation. For weeks and then months, I kept getting calls and emails from the Wall Street Journal reporter, so I kept sending her more material. I introduced her to 4 or 5 gold market experts associated with GATA. She interviewed them. Eventually, the reporter's inquiries seemed to be going nowhere, and I got tired of her. I told her that she was barking up the wrong tree, that she should stop bothering me, that I was merely an amateur observer of the official scene, and that she should try some ordinary journalism for a change. She should go to the source. That is, she should try putting questions not to me, but to the government institutions responsible for gold price suppression policy and the actions she claimed to be investigating. She should try questioning the U.S. Federal Reserve and Treasury Department, not just GATA and the people associated with it. In August 2017, more than a year after the reporter's first call to me, and after GATA Chairman Bill Murphy had begun pushing her, her story was published on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. The story quoted several of the experts to whom I had introduced her and reported the complaint that the Federal Reserve was secretly intervening in the gold market to suppress the gold price. But the story missed the crucial detail. That is, the story never put a question to the Fed itself. The story let GATA's experts accuse the Fed, but never asked the Fed to respond to the accusation. Of course, this violated the first rule of journalism, that if you report something unfavorable about someone or some institution, you must seek and report the institution's response. And if the institution will not respond, you must report that. That shows you how sensitive the gold issue really is. It is so sensitive that it caused the leading financial news organization in the United States to violate the first rule of journalism, to cheat its readers of the most basic information. I suspect that the Wall Street Journal may have sought comment from the Federal Reserve and that the Fed said it didn't want to talk about the issue and didn't even want to be quoted as saying it didn't want to talk about it. Refusing to comment would look incriminating. So the newspaper obliged the central bank, as it almost certainly would not do for any other subject of a news story. The newspaper simply omitted the crucial detail. Now, how lovely and interesting it might be if West Africa's ambassadors in Britain and the United States called on the major financial news organizations in Britain and the United States to urge them to start reporting about gold price suppression by governments and central banks. GATA is full of specific questions journalists could put to governments and central banks if news organizations ever wanted to discover what really is going on in the gold market. Those questions are posted at GATA's internet site and will be linked in the internet posting of this presentation. If we have the slides, can we go to the mine pit slide on slide 4? Consider the failure of mining companies to act in the interests of their investors and the countries whose natural resources they exploit. GATA has been alerting gold mining companies to gold price suppression policy for 20 years now. GATA people have spoken at mining conferences in North America, Europe, Asia, and South Africa. A few mining companies, very, very few, have responded favorably, spoken publicly about the issue, and even supported GATA financially. But most mining companies have ignored the issue. It terrifies them. The gold mining industry has an international trade association, the World Gold Council, but the council actually represents very few mining companies, mainly the biggest ones, and has never addressed gold price suppression by governments and central banks. Indeed, the World Gold Council seems to exist mainly to ensure that there never is a World Gold Council, never any association to defend the gold mining industry and gold-producing countries against hostile central banks. Thus, the World Gold Council forecloses the possibility that the gold mining industry might ever stand up for itself. It's not hard to understand the timidity of gold mining companies. First, mining is the industry most vulnerable to governments for mining permits, royalty requirements, enforcement of environmental regulations, and other regulations. Mining companies are properly scared of doing anything that might alienate their governments. Second, mining is the most capital-intensive business. Developing the typical mine requires hundreds of millions of US dollars and sometimes even billions of dollars. Such financing usually is available only from the biggest investment banks, banks that are formally agents of the major central banks. So gold mining companies fear that if they complain about the rigging of the gold market, their own banks will cut them off. But I would ask the miners what I would ask the gold producing countries. Do you want to risk dying on your feet or just die on your knees? If we've got slide 5, which is the Capitol building, consider the failure of the governments of gold producing countries. GATA has made many forays into South Africa and has had some contact with the country's central bank, but has gotten nowhere there. The gold mining industry in South Africa long has been steadily declining, and the South African government doesn't seem to mind, even as it cannot claim to be ignorant about Western gold price suppression policy. The South African government knows all about it. West Africa may have more of an excuse, since Ghana has made no particular efforts here. But do your governments know all they should about the region's historic mineral resources and gold's past and potential role in the world financial system? Do they know that gold remains the secret knowledge of the world financial system, that it remains the measure of everything financial? I doubt it. For nearly every Western African country is a member of the International Monetary Fund, whose major objective is to demonetize gold, one of West Africa's primary exports. Over the years, the IMF has periodically sold gold in the name of raising money to help poor countries, but actually to knock the gold price down to protect the reserve currency status of the US dollar. Indeed, the IMF is based in Washington, and the United States holds controlling voting power in the IMF. The IMF's charter requires major decisions to be reached by 85% of the organization's voting allocations. The United States holds 16.5% of the voting allocations. So every IMF member country could vote to have the IMF do or not do something, and the vote would fail because it had only 83.5% of the voting allocations when 85% were needed. The IMF can't do anything unless the United States consents to it. That is, the IMF is an agency of US imperialism. Not coincidentally, the IMF also prohibits its member nations from linking their currencies to gold, even the currencies of its gold-producing members. Thus, the IMF essentially requires its members to stick with the US dollar as the world reserve currency. GATA does not urge countries to adopt a gold standard for their currencies. It's a very arguable issue. But except for gold-producing countries whose currencies are also international reserve currencies or potential reserve currencies like China's, why would any gold-producing country join an international organization that forbids it from making the most of its own gold resources? Do African governments even know what the IMF's gold policy is? That is, to assist US policy to drive gold out of the international financial system and thereby weaken gold's price? Are the dollar loans given by the IMF to developing countries that produce gold worth the double slavery those loans impose? First, the burden of repayment, and second, the subservience of the currency to a colonial master. No West African countries seem to be members of the Bank for International Settlements, but since the BIS is a major mechanism of gold price suppression, West African countries also might want to pay the BIS a visit in Switzerland. And your countries also might want to invite to your own foreign offices the ambassadors from the major countries that control the BIS board and ask them a few questions about gold price suppression policy. You might ask them about the BIS documents I showed you on Monday. If your countries have Russian and Chinese embassies, you might want to invite their ambassadors to discuss what the Bank of Russia and the People's Bank of China know about gold price suppression policy. They know all about it too. Now, why does all this matter? What can be done about it? How might it end? All this matters not only because West Africa is being deprived of a market price for a primary export, but also because the rigging of the gold market is the rigging that facilitates the rigging of all markets everywhere. If you rig the currency markets, you rig everything currencies can buy, especially commodities. And West Africa produces many commodities in addition to gold. The rigging of the gold market is part of a much broader scheme by which a secretive and unelected elite in the United States and Western Europe controls the value of all capital, labor, goods, and services in the world, and thereby impairs or destroys all markets and democracy itself everywhere, obstructing the progress of mankind. This scheme enables the West, and especially the United States, rich countries, to live off the labor and resources of the developing world, poor countries. This point was made by the Russian central banker I told you about Monday, Oleg Mezhaiskov, in his address to the London Bullion Market Association in 2004. If the United States did not issue the world reserve currency, it could not live beyond its means, consume so much more than the fruit of its own labor, as it long has been doing. In that case, the United States might risk falling to the level of a developing country, just like the countries of West Africa. But the unearned wealth that accrues to the United States from its being the issuer of the world reserve currency is not entirely a boon, for it has comprehensively corrupted my country, its markets, its politics, and its public morality. When you have so much unearned wealth, you do stupid, corrupt, and immoral things. You forget the value of honest labor. You exploit and lord it over others, and you make your money a god. For these reasons, America needs an end to gold price suppression and market rigging as much as the developing world does. The nations that rig the currency markets are operating a totalitarian and parasitic system. It is actually an old story, the latest manifestation of the everlasting war of the financial class against the producing class. Only it is hidden well enough that the producing class hasn't figured it out. The producing class is doomed until it does figure it out. This totalitarian and parasitic system might end in various ways. First, it's the question of world politics at the highest levels. The system may end simply upon exhaustion of the relatively small gold supply that is needed to keep the futures and spot gold markets operating. Supply was exhausted in March 1968, when the huge volume of gold offtake forced the London gold pool to close. Since last March, there have been signs that gold supplies are again critically tight in New York and London, the markets where the price suppression system concentrates. How much more gold from their reserves are the central banks suppressing the gold price prepared to lose? We don't know. That's top secret information. If you knew how much metal they were still prepared to lose and when it would run out, you would get very rich. The system may end when one country decides to pull the plug on it, exchanging US dollars and treasury bonds for more gold, real metal, than is available. France's insistence on exchanging dollars for gold in 1967 and 1968 was a big factor in the collapse of the gold pool. Even a smaller country might be able to destroy the system by selling US government bonds and buying enough gold and removing it from the banking system. Or the system may end as part of a plan by the major central banks to avert the catastrophic debt deflation that now threatens the world, a plan to inflate the debt away, essentially to default on it, by devaluing the major currencies against gold. This has happened before. If we have slide 6 of Peter Miller's study, for example, a study in 2006 by the Scottish economist Peter Miller concluded that to avert such a catastrophic debt deflation, central banks would need to raise the gold price by a factor of 7 to 20 times in order to reliquefy themselves, to dramatically increase the value of their own gold reserves as their currencies were devalued along with the debts of government and society generally. Now, slide 7, if we've got it, the Barsky and Quaintance study. In May 2012, the US economists and fund managers Paul Barsky and Lee Quaintance published a report speculating that central banks are already redistributing gold reserves among themselves in preparation for just such a currency devaluation and an upward revaluation of gold, even in preparation for gold's return as formal backing for currencies. Barsky and Quaintance did not seem to have inside information. Rather, they were speculating. But it was plausible speculation, and it has been supported in recent years by the switch of central banks from being net gold sellers to net gold buyers. If we've got slide 8 of the Bank for International Settlements paper, there is much speculation now that the Bank for International Settlements itself is pushing central banks in the direction of currency devaluation, doing this with what are called the Basel III revisions to international banking standards. The revised standards, which are to take effect in June, will reclassify unencumbered physical gold as what is called a Tier 1 asset, an asset equal to cash and government bonds in the calculation of the capital assets of commercial banks. The revised standards will also diminish the value of paper gold, on a bank's balance sheet, gold credits based on metal that doesn't necessarily exist. Because of the Basel III standards, the commercial banks that trade gold may gain an incentive to hold the real metal and stop playing with gold derivatives. But the end of gold market rigging by central banks may also be a matter of education and publicity, a matter of whether governments that are not part of the gold price suppression scheme, as well as investors around the world, will ever realize that as much as 90% of the world's investment gold, supposedly being held in trust at investment banks, is, to put it politely, oversubscribed. That is, most of the gold people think they own may not exist. If there is ever such a widespread realization, and if delivery of the imaginary gold is demanded, the metal may rise to multiples of its current price, even as the holders of paper gold discover that they have been irredeemably cheated. While the prospect of much higher gold prices of course excites gold producers and investors, it raises its own questions. Will governments let gold investors keep extraordinary gains, or will governments impose windfall profits taxes on them, or even try to confiscate gold? Decades ago, confiscation was undertaken in the United States and other countries. If the gold price soars, will governments let mining companies keep taking metal out of the ground at current royalty rates, or will royalty requirements be sharply raised? Will governments even let private companies keep mining gold at all? On the other hand, if there is no general realization of the frauds of paper gold and central bank market rigging of the gold market, then gold price suppression, the destruction of markets generally, and the oppression of the developing world may go on forever. Africa must not let that happen. And Africa may be able to stop this crime just by standing up for itself, by realizing that the continent cannot be fully free when, for international trade, it is dependent on another country's money and rigged markets. To stop this crime, Africa must confront Western governments and central banks. Gold was nearly everybody's money for thousands of years. It could be everybody's money again, and Africa is sitting on so much of the metal. Gold is the decisive instrument of your liberation. Yet Africa, like Central and South America and Asia, is full of rich countries insisting on being poor, insisting on remaining slaves to a colonial power that suppresses the value of the developing world's resources. Those who struggle against Western central bank gold price suppression policy are up against nearly all the money and power in the world, but they have justice on their side, which favors the continued ascent of man. Africa can help force the gold issue into the open and thereby advance the ideals of democratic, transparent, and limited government, of fair dealing among nations, of individual liberty, self-determination, and the brotherhood of man, which, in the end, are what gold as money has always been about. Africa can be free, in fact, not just in appearance, and can devise its own prosperous future at last, a big colony no more. You have the resources, not only gold, but oil, other minerals, agricultural production, and vast human talent if you can ever fully educate and protect the health of your people. While the colonial powers are still operating, they no longer can shoot you or put you in prison for wanting to be yourselves in your own countries. You are free if you will be free. You need only some patriotism and courage. Are they still within you as they were within you during your independence movements in the last century? Look for them in your past. Look for them in America's own past. They are still there. You can find them again. We could have our concluding slide here. Of course, GATA wishes you every success and will be delighted to help. If you'd like more information about GATA's work or assistance locating any of the documents I've mentioned or other information about the issues we have discussed, please email me at cpowell@gata.org. In any case, please consider going to our internet site and subscribing to our free daily electronic newsletter. We aim to keep our friends updated about important or just interesting developments in the monetary metals. Thanks again for your kind attention and indulgence, and for the hope you have given me. And once again, if there is any time left, I will welcome your questions and comments.
discussion with you. I think you know that Chris Marcus is not around, so I'm going to put you on the spot a bit um, because we had planned to talk a little bit about silver. I mean, I know Nee had to weave that in. So if you don't mind, could you... It's on. So if you don't mind, Chris, could you just give us a little commentary on silver? We've talked about gold. Chris Marcus was going to speak briefly about the squeeze. Thank you. All right. All right. Sorry about that, Chris. I think you can hear me now. Not to put you on the spot, Chris Marcus was going to be here to speak a bit about silver. The silver squeeze is over, right? So, Chris, I know you were speaking about gold and gold price manipulation, but I know you know some about silver. Just to give a little context towards the next session, could you comment a bit about silver? Silver price manipulation. How is it different from gold? How is it similar? What could you say about silver with regards to everything else you said about gold?
People could use silver as money just as they've used gold. Central banks don't want people using silver as money as a store of value any more than central banks want gold used as money. The problem for central banks with silver is that they have not had the reserves in silver that they've had in gold. The United States used to have a big silver reserve, but when the United States removed silver from its coinage in 1965, the United States ran down its silver reserve, helping to keep the silver price down, and eventually ran out of the metal. I cannot prove that the silver stash that has been accumulated by the big U.S. bank, J.P. Morgan Chase, is a government reserve, but I have always suspected that the silver stash that Morgan has developed over the last decade or so is probably being held in trust for a government, if not the U.S. government, then the People's Bank of China, perhaps, and that this reserve, nominally held by J.P. Morgan Chase, is being drawn upon to hit the silver price as necessary to keep it from getting away from central banks. Silver market analyst Ted Butler has written for years that as a practical matter, silver is scarcer than gold. Now, silver exists in the Earth's crust about 16 times greater than gold does. That's the traditional ratio between the availability of silver and gold from a mining perspective. However, silver is much more an industrial metal than gold. Nearly all the gold that has been mined throughout history has been put aside, put into monetary jewelry or hoarded, and is still available. However, most silver is consumed in manufacturing. As a practical matter, there is far more gold above ground than there is silver. There's more silver below ground than there is gold, but in terms of accessibility, gold right now is much more accessible than silver. And that's why some market analysts who are critical of central banks believe that silver is the more deadly metal to central banking, because they have much more trouble controlling the price, because the above ground stockpile is smaller than their accessibility to gold. Right now, there is enormous concentration on silver in the news because there seems to be more trouble in keeping the silver price down than in keeping the gold price down. People on our side think that silver is the mechanism by which the whole system can be brought down, because it's harder for central banks right now to suppress the silver price. But they can do it the same way they do it in the gold market. They can sell futures in the silver market. They can disorder from the J.P. Morgan Silver Reserve. But I think they're having trouble with it because there's a lot of anecdotal reports out of London and New York that silver is scarcer than gold right now. You know, I root for silver for the same reason I root for gold, because it's a weapon against the unaccountability of central banking.
Very interesting. I like how you simplify the above ground and below ground supply. But you touched on something. A lot of these questions I'm asking you, by the way, is leading towards the next session about money. Something I was studying is about the ratio. I think historically the price of gold and silver has been about, I think, 20% difference, that ratio, between that 16 and 20%. So it's interesting what you're even speaking about, the ratio even of availability of silver versus gold. So in your opinion, back to silver possibly being that tool that sends the system, turns the system on its head, I shouldn't say crashing. You laugh. But so we see what's going on with the silver squeeze. This is going to affect gold probably. What does this now do to fiat currency? Back to that ratio, do you ever see that ratio that used to be historically between silver and gold will ever come back? One. Two, we're just talking theory. If this silver run eventually bursts, this bubble, how does this affect gold, and how does this affect fiat currencies? And not just the dollar, but in general in the world.
It's a measure. Silver is a measure of government currencies, just as gold is, and just as all commodities are to some extent. The gold-silver ratio, which I think was as high as 71, that is the price ratio, the ratio of the gold price to the silver price, I think a few months ago was above 70. I think it may have been pushing 80 or 90. It has been coming down sharply in recent months. That means that silver has been becoming more valuable, relevant to gold. Silver's rise in price will be taken as a signal of the erosion of the value of government currencies, just as the rise in price of gold is taken as a indicator of a devaluation of government currencies. Even commodities generally, when they rise, they are taken as a signal, as a weakening of government currencies. So governments and central banks are very worried about silver. In fact, I mentioned the removal of silver from United States currency, from coinage, when the Coinage Act of 1965 was enacted. Back then, when he signed the Coinage Act of 65, President Lyndon Johnson put out a statement, his signing statement, in which he warned the markets that speculators should not invest in silver expecting the price rise, because the United States would use its silver reserve to tamp the price down. It would dishoard from the silver reserve, just as the United States would dishoard from its gold reserve. Now, this was in 1965. The President of the United States said, look, we're going to manipulate the price of silver. If you try to get any ideas about its price rising, we're going to try to thwart you with that. And the United States did, but it sold out its silver reserve. It doesn't have that silver reserve anymore. J.P. Morgan may have what is equivalent to the U.S. silver reserve now. And the United States government probably doesn't want to know, who is the true owner and the true beneficiary of that silver reserve at J.P. Morgan, because if it was known that silver reserve in the custody of J.P. Morgan was actually a government reserve and was being used for price control, that mere knowledge might blow up the whole system too.
So the last question, we have before Nee takes over to have a conversation with you. I'm summarizing this question. Lots of people, the people in studio, out, people have been buzzing since Monday, but I'm summarizing the question. I think a lot of people here feel they're concerned about the policymakers. You talked about South Africa, and I think that really was a little crushing. If South Africa has this information and has done nothing, we're hopeful that the West African government would do something. But the people here are saying, what can people in the grassroots do? Simple things that people in the grassroots could do if the policymakers are not budging or are not listening or take too long to react. Everybody here is feeling empowered and wants to know what are simple things they could do on their own towards making that switch to, switch is the wrong word, adjustment about money and gold and silver. So I think now people, they want something to do. What would you advise? The companies, you know, because you already know we had a conversation. There are several companies now involved in the value chain. There's goldsmiths. There's people who are ready to go for this. You spoke about India. The Indian government may have anti-gold policies, but the people maybe are more educated. What practical advice would you give the layman?
You can clamor and agitate at virtually any level. I mean, many West African countries are largely democratic. You can go to your individual legislators, your local government officials. You can call attention to this issue and ask them to clamor about it. You've got news organizations in West Africa. You can go to them and ask them to investigate and publicize this issue. You've got Western embassies in West Africa. You can go knock on their door and ask to talk to them about this issue. You can clamor to international financial news organizations. It wouldn't surprise me if the Wall Street Journal has some readers on the internet in West Africa. You could clamor to the Wall Street Journal. Write letters to the editor to the Wall Street Journal. The Financial Times particularly has probably got subscribers in West Africa. The Financial Times is terrible. I've been clamoring with the Financial Times for many years. A few years ago, I had a meeting with a reporter at the Financial Times headquarters on Southwark Bridge in London. I gave him all the documents. Nothing came from it. Once I was interviewed in London at a dinner by the U.S. editor of the Financial Times, Gillian Tett. Handed her on all the documents. She did write a column about the issue, but of course she never put a critical question to any central bank either. You may have some influence on the Western financial press. You can go to the embassies of the Western powers. Anything you can do to raise this issue, to get it in the public domain, likely will be helpful. On a personal financial level, of course, you can buy gold and silver, physical gold and silver. You can avoid investment in paper gold and paper silver products. Certainly, you've got, as I can see from your conference, you've got no shortage of gold producers and jewelers in West Africa. Every bit of metal, real metal, that you take off the market increases demand and makes things more troublesome for the central banks that are suppressing the price. But I think the most effective action right now would be the mobilization of a Western African government, just one government, to stand up and make an issue of this in international forums. I'm sure there are Africa-wide political organizations, the Organization of African States, things like that. You can raise this issue in regional forums. You can't go wrong. I think there's just about any way you can raise this issue but government would be most effective. I find it hard to believe that there is no government in West Africa that would be willing to raise this issue with the American ambassador or with the Bank for International Settlements or with the International Monetary Fund.
Oh no, Chris, we actually have we have faith that there's at least one government in West Africa that's ready to move forward. But what the people are here, I think I'll say this: you had people so excited, they wanted something to do. They didn't quite want to hear it's only the government who has a responsibility. The people are like, surely there's something we can do. In line with that, what you were saying about, we had a conversation about West Africa. It's interesting that you can see, even with the ECHO, the new currency that the Francophone West African governments have put together, you're seeing moves. And I think presently it's backed by the euro. They're probably considering backing it by gold. Really, I think West African governments are open. So don't see that question in any way we're not saying our government has no interest. The people are just saying, we don't want to wait for the government. Tell us something to do. So thank you for that practical advice. Chris, it's been a pleasure having you here Monday, Wednesday. Like I said, expect to hear from us soon. The policymakers are buzzing. We're buzzing. It'll take us some time in digesting this, but we've had lots of conversations that we can't even have online. But we're very grateful. Thank you. Thank you for being gracious also on Silver. So now this is an official outro with this to hand over to Nii to have a conversation with you. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks a lot, Neri, and we really appreciate your insight and your perspective. Chris, it's a pleasure to meet you. We've made a small modification, so we'll have a discussion about some of the things you've mentioned, and then also tying into some of the things I have for my presentation later on that's actually quite relevant. And I'd like to just carry on from your last comment. The government of Nigeria has gold as a reserve asset. So they've been very much a leader in going down this path, identifying gold as a reserve asset. I think they deserve credit for that foresight and for making those conditions possible. But practically, just to keep going down this path, practically, even local banks have had challenges getting their hands on gold and then really making that practical and doing it. So my question for you, assuming things you want the people to get involved, you want companies or organizations and countries to start making these changes, how would you suggest, for example, for a bank in Nigeria, right? You're licensed, you have all the regulatory insertions, and you've been given this option of picking up gold as a reserve asset. What would your recommendation be for an organization like that, sort of in practice? How would you suggest such an organization go forward? Because these ideas are only good if they work. And so I think we should give credit where it's due. What would your suggestion be?
Is there gold coinage in Nigeria? Does the Central Bank of Nigeria mint coins? Or is your currency printing farmed out to some foreign firm? Do you have a gold refinery in Nigeria? Do you have a mint in Nigeria that could mint gold coins, distribute these coins through the banking system and make them available for sale to the public? The IMF rules would not let you formally turn this into a direct link to your currency, but United States, Great Britain, other countries have their mints put gold into collector coinage, souvenir coinage, and sell it to the people. What if you minted and distributed gold coins, made them available to your own people for purchase as a form of savings? You could do it not only with gold, but with silver as well. People could save in a metal that is the product of your own country. They don't have to save in foreign currencies. I think they would have some confidence that their real physical assets, gold and silver coinage, would maintain some value over time. I think that's something any central bank could do. And in doing that, you would remind your own people that gold and silver are money too, still forms of money. I think that that might be very effective, and of course, it would put more of your own people to work, not only in mining the coins, but in refining them and minting them and distributing them.
Well, thank you, Chris. I want to riff off what you've said. I know there are refineries. Obviously, KN Smith is the first refinery to get to the stage it's gotten to. And so I know there's a regulatory comfort with that, and that's being worked on. And I think you've made some very good points. I don't know that the minting is done domestically, but I think in a world where we have a refinery, the next step of local coins and local sort of proper graded assets at the retail level is very, very possible. The other question I have is, following on that, what country have you seen that has made a move away from fiat? I think fiat has its benefits, so we're not allowed to say that it's not cool, but there are reasons why fiat works. But I'm curious, where have you seen this move been made? Where has someone, a country, moved towards gold and away from fiat in recent times?
I don't think anybody has, in part because the protocols of the International Monetary Fund, to which most nations belong, sternly forbid any formal connection between a member nation's currency and gold. However, we do know that some nations, a whole bunch of them lately, have been acquiring gold for their reserves. China, particularly Russia, even India has been acquiring gold for its reserves. And excuse me, no central bank is more aggressive in trying to keep gold down and to prevent their people from obtaining gold than the Reserve Bank of India. And yet even the Reserve Bank of India lately has been buying gold. But in terms of moving away from fiat currency, moving away from the dollar as the world reserve currency, there's only little steps here and there. Russia has stopped buying U.S. Treasury bonds. China is slowly reducing its hoard of U.S. Treasury bonds, and those two countries have been steadily increasing their gold reserves. But in terms of using gold directly as currency, even Russia and China are not doing that internationally yet.
That's fine. And I think you made a good point that there's an element of central banks as reserve investors, which is always the case. And so I guess that might be the easiest way for them to start. They have rights and powers to do that. And so it's just another reserve asset that they get into versus just holding US dollars or euros. And so I guess there is a template or a roadmap, if you will, that people have started treading by making that move. What do you see for the US government? I guess there's been a comment about how something like 40% of dollars in existence were issued in the past 2 or 3 quarters. So you start wondering the impact of that on inflation. Do you see any relenting on this resistance against gold?
I think if inflation becomes visible enough, and certainly there's enough of it right now, central banks may be willing to take more favorable public stances about gold. But you got to remember that even the central banks in gold producing and silver producing countries are not inherently favorable to the remonetization of gold. I know particularly the struggle in Mexico, which is a huge silver producing country and a gold producing country as well. The central bank there is vigorously resisting attempts to remonetize silver, which would be a great benefit to the country. Even your own central bank in Nigeria, I suspect if you asked it, wouldn't you like to see gold be currency again? I think your central bank would probably tell you no. And why? Because when gold becomes currency, central banks lose power. Right now, the Central Bank of Nigeria has exclusive power over money in Nigeria. If gold becomes money again, recognized as equal to government currencies, or perhaps even superior to government currencies, the central bank and the government lose power. A few weeks ago, I believe it was the German finance minister, I'd have to go look this up, but it was a leading German official, said very candidly that central banks, European Central Bank, intended to make sure that it maintained monopoly control over money in Europe. If the Central Bank of Nigeria thought very carefully about this issue, they would probably be as scared of gold as the Federal Reserve is.
Completely agree with the view that central banks like power. They want that authority. In a way, democratic citizens have given them that or have effectively outsourced it to them. And so I don't doubt, I'm a bit biased, so maybe I'll be a bit of a devil's advocate. I think there is value to stability and governance and sort of bringing some of that civic value, right, to holding those securities. But I think there is also value in that transparency and in interrogating the central banks, not so much their right, but just understanding what citizens get. And so I think if, as a central bank in the outside part of the world, or in the emerging part of the world, if we have to take prices from someone else, and you're just taking someone else's sovereign currency price, then you want to have some stability and some protection. So there's a case for physical assets like gold, which are also manufactured here, to your point. Gold is found in Nigeria. There's benefit to us to having value from that, and I think that's what the central bank has done, or that's the process they've started in terms of recognizing it as reserve assets. And I just think practically, we're trying to, at least for me, I'm curious about ways to bring that to bear, right, to accelerate that process of improving the nation's asset base and giving us that reserve production. The two biggest dollar producers for us in this country are crude oil and I guess actually gold. And gold could play a much larger position in that. And I think if people bore that in mind, the entire gold extraction infrastructure would be seen to be a lot more attractive and would get a lot more support. And so I think this conference is part of the efforts to make that happen. Now, what do you, with traders and other parties globally that speculate on these commodities, what are the risks to an emerging market country caused by gold volatility or silver volatility? I mean, I remember the Hunt brothers tried to corner silver in the 70s, which was kind of a messy episode for everyone concerned. Some of our countries are not strong enough to handle that kind of volatility. So what recommendations do you have? What should we consider as we think about that side of it? Because volatility is very important. It's a critical part for all of us.
Well, it is said by some experts in the West, Jim Rickards particularly, that over the long term, central banks now will want a higher gold price because they do want inflation. They do want to devalue their debts. They want to devalue their currencies. And that they will not object to what he and others call a controlled rise in the gold price. Again, that's speculation. You want to know what central bank gold policy is? How about you ask a central bank? I mean, that probably will be a futile suggestion because they simply won't talk about this. It would restrict their power if you knew what they were doing. But if you're moving from a situation where markets are completely rigged, where the prices of certain assets are suppressed, as the former member of the Federal Reserve Board, Kevin Warsh, wrote in the essay in the Wall Street Journal that I talked about on Monday. If you're going from a situation like that to a free market overnight, well, there's going to be volatility. You can't get around it. If you're going from slavery to freedom, there's going to be volatility. My question is, do you want freedom even if it comes at the price of volatility? I think at some point you have to say yes. You will accept volatility in your pursuit of freedom. But that's not my decision to make for any other country. Every country has to make that decision for itself.
to which we experience volatility anyway. So why not bear it with some return to it instead of just getting volatility for free? So there's definitely, once you kind of layer that into it, it makes a lot of sense. And I think there is a lot to be said for being strategic and knowing the price, knowing what you're paying for in terms of the risks you bear and the volatility that you bear. So that's, I think that's very, very interesting. I should ask you, what are you curious about? You've had a lot of interaction this week. What other comments or thoughts do you have, and what haven't I sort of touched on?
Well, I think Nigeria and all of West Africa would be in a much stronger position financially if it was able to process, refine the commodities that it grows, it mines. If you don't have a gold refinery that's able, say, to process all the doré ore that you dig out of the ground in your country, then you've got to outsource this refining to some other country, and you lose control over pricing. You become dependent on another country for the valuation of your own natural resource because you can't refine it yourself. I don't know if you've got oil refineries in Nigeria. I know that Venezuela tends not to have oil refineries, and so it cannot make the most of its oil resources. Now, you've got a very corrupt, tyrannical government there, and it's a very difficult situation for the world to deal with. But the more finishing of the product that you do in your own country, the stronger, the more independent you will be. If you've got to ship your gold ore out of the country for refining, well, you're very vulnerable to whoever is refining your gold or whoever's refining your oil. So if you have a commodity resource, I think you're better off if you can fully process it in your own country.
I completely agree. I think Nigeria is making great strides. So in the next, call it 12 months, we expect to have a very large local refinery for crude, which should really change some of that balance of payments and balance of production that you spoke of. And I know that KN Smith's working hard on getting their refinery up and running. So we expect everything you've said. I have nothing to disagree with. I agree with you completely. And I think a lot is being done to reverse those issues and get us into this position. I want to thank you for taking the time for these questions. What I'd like to suggest is I want to go through some remarks and some thoughts I have, and then maybe we can have a Q&A afterwards, because you'll find there's a lot that we've said that is sort of captured or is riffed off of in what I have. But thank you very much for the time for the questions, and then we can start. So our presentation is about gold, silver, fiat, and liquidity. And what I've done is taken information from 1970 to present. And the idea is just to sort of set the stage and then sort of investigate some of these terms we've tossed around about fiat or commodities. There is some historical context, and there's some interesting things to consider as one looks at those things. So I'm an investment banker in my day job. I think of all these things in practical terms. So how would you bring them to bear? How would you kind of create instruments and so on? And a lot of what I'll talk about addresses that and sort of has value as we think about moving forward. So if we can go to the first slide, we can start there. Money, right? That there's a concept of uses of money. The classic uses of money are as a medium of exchange, store of value, unit of account, and then as a standard of deferred payment. I've added something else, the concept of a basis of credit, that a lot of times money has to be, a lot of money is in debt. It's bonds, it's bills, it's receivables. A lot of what we refer to as money isn't actually cash. Now, I've compared USD, gold, and silver, but USD is just, it's a proxy for fiat currency, right? So the whole idea is that, we started off historically with barter, we ended up at gold at some point, and then silver, and then in the past 50, 60, 70 years, we've had unbacked fiat currencies. So for the medium of exchange, store of value, unit of account, standard of deferred payment, as well as the basis of credit, fiat currency serves that purpose. Now, I'll make a point. You mentioned inflation earlier. There was a discussion about inflation. All these things work if there's trust. So fiat works because there's a balance that the states collect seigniorage, which is the sort of decay or the tax they collect on your value. But in exchange for that tax, you're meant to get trust. So if I went to Kano and I offered someone a gold coin, he has no way of knowing that gold coin is real. He needs to trust me or trust the mark or stamp on that coin. With fiat currency, especially with electronic currency, a lot of that trust is automatically achieved. Now, with gold and silver, there's a small, gold can be a medium of exchange, but again, do you have as much, do I need a full bar of gold for my coffee? How do I measure that? That's a practical issue. And same issue that affects silver. As a store of value, I think it's fine. You can get it stored and check it and verify the quality when you want to. As a unit of account, again, it's an issue that what if I have dore, right? How do we decide how much dore I pay for my rent? So it sounds like I'm joking, but it's a practical issue that if you have something valuable that someone else cannot accept or it doesn't come in a transferable form, value is getting destroyed. And it creates fiction. It's not very efficient. Now, as a standard of deferred payment, I think both those things, you can pay someone in gold later on. It may even be better for inflation purposes. But with a lot of them, this issue of measurement is a factor. And I think that's where electronic ways of record keeping around these issues, around these sorts of value, become interesting. Because if it's backed properly, then you can trust it. Then you can now have it in smaller units. So fiat currency is sort of the first iteration of that. I think there are other technological iterations of that as well, where you have currency-backed technological information. And that all those elements apply in terms of it as a basis of credit, that if I'm lending you $1, you know what you're getting, you know what the interest rate is. If I'm lending you 2 pieces of gold, you have no idea. It's difficult to figure out what the interest is going to be. What if I'm late? What if you pay me back earlier? Those are all practical issues that make these things very challenging. But I just brought these up so that we're considering these factors as we look at these going forward. The next slide, please. So here's just a comparison, right, where we look at, stocks, commodities, and liquidity from 1970 to present. And what you see is that the price of gold per ounce has gone from $36, give or take, in 1970 to about 1,700 at the end of 2020. Silver has grown from about $1.77 to about 21 during that same period. Now, the S&P 500 index, which tracks the 500 largest stocks in the New York Stock Exchange, has made a move from about $83 to $32,000 over that same period. And at the same time, US dollar currency in circulation, so M1 money, has grown from about 4 billion to almost 2 trillion at the end of 2000. The purpose of this is just showing the scope of movement, right? That over that period, there's been a lot of growth. You've seen the value of gold has grown significantly. But at the same time, the currency in circulation, this idea of how much money is around, has also grown significantly. Gold is not man-made, the money is. So you would expect this fiat currency that's accelerated, that's grown in size, if you're counting gold and measuring it in fiat, you would expect the price of gold to go up. And as Chris pointed out earlier, there's not that much new gold being made. So it retains that value. But at the same time, we don't function in gold. So I'm bringing this up to think about it. Every time we say gold price went up, well, it went up in dollars. There's a separate discussion about gold price in euros or in naira. Those are all things that can be computed. And you may get very different results. So just remembering the basis in which you stand is very important as we investigate this question. The next slide, please. So here you see the sort of improvements in CAGR, right, over that same 50-year period. Gold has outperformed the S&P. It's actually outperformed currency in circulation, and it's also outperformed silver. As I said before, because gold is being measured in dollars, and dollars are man-made, gold's performance is quite impressive because what's happening is, as you have this inflation in currency, it's ultimately getting reflected in gold. But at the same time, it's getting reflected in the stock exchange. So effectively, asset management or asset markets are being inflated by new currency that comes in, whether that asset happens to be gold or or securities. It's sort of a similar issue that it's driven by the fact that they're denominated in fiat currency, and then they're also being invested in with fiat currency. I mean, people make money in fiat and seek where to invest it. So my point here is a sensible asset strategy would be to try and hold some of these commodities as well. Stock market prices, they go up and down, so does gold. But I think there's a lot of value in the native behavior of people to hold some gold and invest in some gold. Because what you find is over these long periods, it can outperform. And then that immobility and that sort of difficulty of being moved around it sort of gives gold some value, and it protects against losses due to inflation. Next slide, please. So here, this is just looking at the price of gold, and I think it's fascinating that you get these periods where it's dipped over periods or it's gone very flat for a while. A lot of times that's because people's value is being put into other assets. So there are periods where the stock market goes really high, goes really fast. People are investing in that. They may not be investing as much in gold. But what you'll always see is over time, since we left fiat or since we left gold-backed currency, it tends upwards, right? There's an upward trend. I think you have a scarce asset that is valuable, and I think more and more people are realizing that in the course of human existence, this fiat experiment is a very young experiment. It's not even 60 years old as an experiment. And so there's a lot of value to looking at how hard assets have performed, especially something such as gold. Next slide, please. And so here's a similar point about silver, right? Silver has, the argument about suppression is an interesting one because the price has not appreciated anywhere near as aggressively as that of gold, despite the fact it has industrial uses and practically there should be more demand for it in certain ways. But again, you see a similar trend that over time it has trended up. And again, I think a smart portfolio would also kind of factor in something like silver as well. I think there's sense to that. Next slide, please. And then here you see the S&P 500 price index. So it's gone up since the 70s. It's again had broadly an upward trend, way less volatile than gold. But what you see here is, even in terms of portfolio construction for a reserve entity or for even an individual or an institution, you want to capture these commodity instruments and these commodity attributes while avoiding the losses and avoiding the sharp downward turns. And I think it's something to be considered. The stock market movement is obviously smoothened with quantitative easing. You have central banks effectively lending people money to play with stocks, right, to invest in stocks. It smooths that performance. It gives it's way less volatile than what you saw with gold or with silver. But at the same time, the ultimate performance over this period has actually not been as strong as the performance of gold. And so it's something to bear in mind if you have long-term interest and you can capture gold exposure while managing some of that volatility, and you do that through allocation, that could be attractive as well. Next slide, please. So this is just currency in circulation. Again, it's fiat, it's man-made, just goes one direction up, and it keeps flying. You can see, just think about, you've gone from 50-something billion to almost 2 trillion, right? And it's still growing. It never goes down. It's just constantly going up. And I think that's the fundamental question about when people discuss this inflation or seigniorage, that central banks create money and it just increases in value and it increases in volume, but it's being used to denominate real assets in the world. So by definition, if productivity isn't matching that, there is an element of inflation, you call it. There's an element of erosion of value. And I think that's why, from a portfolio standpoint, you say Nigerians like to own real estate, right? We like physical, tangible things. And the whole idea is you don't know what 10 naira is worth today or tomorrow, but you know where you live. You know the assets you have. I think you can think about the golds and the silvers in the same framework, that they're tangible things that are not likely to be pumped up in value as smoothly or as sort of erosionally as fiat currency. Next slide, please. So this is just in summary, right? I've criticized fiat, or I've made comments that maybe do not suggest a love for fiat currency. But the issue is why, right? The question I have is, why is there sovereign fiat, and why is it likely to be very resilient, that we have currencies that aren't necessarily backed by commodities? I think different resources solve different problems. There's a solution around storing value, right? Around savings, avoiding inflation, that probably gold does better than, or gold or silver probably do a better job of than fiat, just because they're a bit more tangible and a bit more inert. But there are other uses of money that are very challenging without a means of recourse. So if I travel out of town, I give someone some bars of gold and they're not legitimate, how is that person supposed to solve that problem? You know, and so some of these things practically, we let the government deal for us because we believe they're going to give us value. So it's not clear that anything is perfect, right? No current solution is perfect at all these uses. But historically, replacements have had to demonstrate superior performance to earn the trust of users. So there's a reason the gold standards and so on were removed, and fundamentally, it served the governments, right? It served governments to go down that path. It's not been perfect in terms of inflation, but we just need to bear that in mind, that to get those structures to change or to evolve, we need to also be very clear on the value it provides to them. And so make our cases with those things in mind. And then my view is, as an individual, as an institution, or as a person, you get to choose and build your own portfolio. There's no law against holding gold or silver on a personal basis. And so I would argue that one should think through what you need, right? How much liquidity do you need? How obsessed are you about returns? How concerned are you about, you know, cash and currency issues? And build your portfolio. Draw on the fact that these things are possible and they're available, and take advantage of that. I think to Neri's earlier point, as individuals evolve their holdings, we're a democratic society, it'll drive and inspire the government as well. It doesn't stop us from advocating, but I think on a daily basis, we can make those investment choices ourselves and get some of these benefits. Thank you very much. I'm ready to take any questions or thoughts. Thank you.
The mic working? Yes, great. Thanks, Nee. That was great. And I just like the way that you brought it down to sort of a Nigerian perspective as well, making these things very real, I think, for a lot of the people that are listening in today. We've had some questions come in, so I hope you can, what I'll maybe do you want to go one at a time? Do you want me to list a few that I have?
Yeah, let's just go through a bunch of them.
Go through a bunch, and then you can sort of pick and blend your responses, no problem. So here goes. How does digitization and fractionalization of gold and silver erase the cons you mentioned about gold? Can you comment on why often local Naira prices for gold are higher than international market price? Third question that came in was, how can the public trust issue be handled for metals similar to trust in fiat currency? And there's a fourth question as well. You mentioned that one element doesn't capture all uses. Do you not see a possibility of there being a joint utility of metals and fiat?
Okay. Thank you very much. These are really good. I'll start with the first question around fractionalization. And I think that's sort of a big issue that I think typically it's a difficult issue to deal with because of practical issues that people negotiate, people have different choices they make. And the question comes down to, how do you address that? And I'm not sure that it's easy to avoid. So I think in a large size, right, someone can decide, I want to buy a large amount of gold or silver for investment purposes. You can do that today, right? You can call either ETFs that let you buy gold. There are other instruments that allow you to do that. It's going to be much harder to use it for a retail small purpose. And I would just say practically that maybe that's the way to think about it, that for large sizes, you should be able to speak to your financial advisors about what options there are. And I think over time, the other comment that was made was about digitization. And I think the challenge with digitization, obviously there's a bit of, we're evolving our views. The regulators are evolving their views on digitized instruments worldwide. And I think over time, the way that's going to be litigated, given a lot of the digital solutions are actually more transparent than handling cash. I think we end up in a world where some of that gets captured, but you still have to have a trust. Like if someone's got a gold-backed instrument, whether it be cash or a blockchain instrument, you need to trust someone to regulate that. And so why we pay taxes and support regulators, but we don't somehow want them to do this job for us, that's an important job, is difficult for me to understand. I think the question is moving the regulatory framework along and providing them with the tools to see that there's mutual value there. So I think practically you probably end up with some kind of regulatory, either backed or regulated arrangement that allows people on the street be comfortable that what they're getting is really what they think they're getting. There was another question you asked about Naira prices of gold versus offshore prices of gold. I think part of that is a commercial issue, that there's an element of trust that may be lacking in the local environment, right? We don't have functioning local refineries yet. The caliber of vetting around grading of gold is not as high. So a lot of Nigerians would rather buy gold in Dubai or Saudi Arabia than buy it here. It's coming back to the same trust issue. And so I don't think it's just, I think it's a commercial issue, and I think the way that gets addressed is when there's options for people to get gold here that are properly vetted, when there's a regulatory regime where there's comfort. So just the same way you buy petrol everywhere you go, you're not afraid you're not getting petrol. You have a sense that brands mean something, regulation means something. I think it's something similar should apply and would apply over time to these things, and that would bring down some of that spread. So that's the way that I think about that. What did I miss?
Did you mention being a joint utility of metals and fiat?
Fantastic. Okay, great. So I think that joint utility question is probably a perfect way of capturing my last point, right? That in a portfolio, there is obviously a use for gold. There's obviously a use for silver. And you should be able to get access to that and use that for inflation management, long-term asset protection purposes. I think on a shorter-term basis, do I need to carry gold in my pocket today? Probably not. But I definitely agree that there is. I think that's the way to think about it, that there should be a joint use. And I'm not sure that we're moving all the way over to gold coins. But I think improving our access to that as a locally generated resource is valuable. It's just to our benefit. And so I think that is very possible and is very, very attractive.
Thanks, Neve. Got more question, another question for you.
Sure.
What, in your opinion, are likely outcomes or scenarios for the increasing global and domestic liquidity glut and increasing debt levels?
So I think, and Chris alluded to this, some of the outcomes of this have already started, right? So we started seeing asset inflation. We're seeing assets become more expensive. We're seeing stock prices and so on, property prices run up in different markets. But I also think that we need to bear in mind a lot of the investment that's being made is in highly productive things. So people are buying tech stocks for companies that are very productive, that do reduce times to make things happen. And so I think in a net, right, if governments are consistent about this and manage it, we may end up with an evolved productive base where the economy is more productive, has options to do more things, and then over time, that inflation bleeds out. And so I think that's the most optimistic position, and I think given that economies are being managed, it's very likely we'll go down that path.
Thanks, Nee. Thank you so much. Thanks for all the information you've shared with us today. It's been super instructive. It's been a great session. We've had a great afternoon, actually, talking about gold, money, investment, fintech. So really, thank you so much. And thanks for everyone for tuning in. Thanks to our in-studio audience as well. We're wrapping up for the day. Unfortunately, we lost our speaker on silver, but I know we touched on some of those issues today with Chris and yourself. So, and we'll look to see how we can get Chris Marcus's contribution to everybody later on. So just to remind everybody about the program, tomorrow we still have a full day, our 4th day of Gold Week Africa, where we are starting the day early, 9 a.m. Nigeria time, looking at gold and cryptocurrency. So that's going to be very, very interesting. We encourage you to tune in. We've got some great speakers coming in on that topic. Middle of the day, around about midday, we jump back into gold projects and updates. We've got about 4 or 5 projects that we'll be looking at, ranging from those in Senegal, Ghana, Guinea, and Cote d'Ivoire and Burkina Faso. So tune into that at midday. And then we have a great closing session in the evening, looking at girls and gold and taking the conversation to the youth and getting perspectives from young women looking at gold as adornment, jewelry, and investment. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Also to remember that Lagos Love Gold exhibition and jewelry market is still open until the 2nd of March here in Lagos at Wings Complex, West Tower. Do come and visit. You can find gold, you can find jewelry for sale. Take a look at the beautiful exhibition. Come and visit us. Come and see our studio. Thank you everybody. See you tomorrow.